Hello. Hi, hi. How you're doing? Welcome. Hope you are doing good. Oh my god. I'm sorry for being so late today. Hi, Magpie. Hi, Brad Talk. Hi, James. And hi, Swift. Welcome. Wow. Well, I mean, I'm feeling slightly better now. It's kind of weird, right? So I think this warrants some updates, I think. So I have been having quite a bit of hypo symptoms lately during like early morning, like early, let's say 4 a.m., 5 a.m., and then I would suddenly wake up. It's been happening for a few days, I would say. And it doesn't feel good, right? Hypo symptoms suck. So I don't know. It's kind of, it's kind of. No, I'm replying to Telegram. I'm talking to Ixon right now. And so yeah, and like after the hypo symptoms, I have to eat quite a bit of things to like recover my blood sugar levels, right? I don't know. It's like whenever I eat something when I'm having hypo symptoms, and then after a while, let's say after about like 3-4 hours, so usually at 9 or 10 a.m. I start to feel weird. Like I have those I want to vomit sensation, right? And then also, well, as Zuik in English would say, I have a bad case of diarrhea. So I'm sorry, right? I know it's rash, but it's barbaric, it's crude, but I don't know how else to put it. So yeah, it feels very weird lately. So I'm okay though now. I had some like Panadol. I mean, I only have Panadol. I'm not too sure what else to eat or what kind of medicine should I get to reduce the sensation that I'm feeling right now. But at least currently, I'm feeling functionable. Functionable. I would use the word functionable. Yeah, I promise I'm okay, you know. Just probably gonna take some time to like take some time to heck and maybe recover from this. You know what? As Asian mom would say, whatever problem, whatever problem is happening to us, we just need to drink more water. It's so funny because I think that might be real. That might be real. I don't know. I'm gonna drink more water. I'm gonna hydrate. I'm gonna constantly remind myself to hydrate, and hopefully I'll feel better soon. Cuddle, hi Jokey, Dragon. Yeah. Also, yeah. Of course. Sorry for being late again. I'm like an hour late. But it's okay though, right? Because I'm currently waiting for I'm waiting for Ixon to finish up over there, but of course no rush. So yeah, I'm actually looking at Ixon playing Haste. The game looks fun. I don't know what the game is. The game is like Sonic plus roguelike question mark. Game looks cool. Dragon way. Yeah. I'll be playing Phasmo with Ixon, and Ixon is going to invite Fenrir in as well. So yeah, I think 3 people should be fine for now. I think, and I also talked about this tomorrow, blah, next week, next. I'm thinking maybe next Saturday or Sunday my time, which is next week this time, or next week tomorrow. Uh, I want to bring back Repo. I kind of want to bring back Repo. I haven't played Repo in a while, and I think I kind of want to focus my content a little bit on like friend stuff. I'll try to branch out, I guess. It's kind of scary to be honest, but I'll try. Because for the longest time I have been like going on solo, I would say, going on my own, do my own thing. I do some solo games. It's fun. I like it, but then I kind of want to have some time where I enjoy games with friends as well. And also, I'll need to talk to Breaking Juice about like what else should we play next, or like I'm not too sure because we just finished Wrath yesterday, and I haven't talked to them like what else to play, because I do enjoy playing games with them. Like it's really fun. I like it. So I'll think about it. Maybe I'll get to join after Kobo. Mm, I'm not too sure yet. But if next week we are going for repo, which I'm probably going to announce it on Discord, then is there a mod where I can let more people join repo session, or is it just 6 people? I think repo only has 6 people max, right? Ah, that's a problem. Fuck. Let me check. Repo maximum players. One host, 5 friends. Yeah, 6. You can expand your lobby size to 10 or more players by using unofficial mods. Oh, the more players mods. Okay. Only owner needs to have it. Yo, okay, okay. So Repo uses Thunderstorm. Wait, no, that's Little Company. Wait, no, it is Thunderstorm. I have Thunderstorm mod manager here for Repo. I haven't played Repo in a long time. Shit. Well, I say long time. Last played was December 25th, 2025. That's quite a while, no? That's quite a while. Also, I'm small. Oops. It's okay. I will wait for a second. It's okay. There's small and I can help. It's rare when they get stream streaks. And I get it. Oh my god, thank you, Jokey. I think, yeah, I think it uses Thunderstorm Manager, Thunderstorm Mod Manager. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh. I had like a few mods over there as well. Like I have some cosmetic mods, but I heard that there's already cosmetic update for Repo where you can unlock cosmetics in the game officially. So I don't know. I'll try to keep it as vanilla as possible, just probably with the more players mod. Yeah, I think that's I think that's a good idea. I was Christian. Only the thigh? Wow. How dare only the thigh? I cannot believe it. Where's my Thunderstorm mod manager? I opened it but nothing happened. Is it because I haven't opened up for a long time? Probably. Maybe, maybe. Hmm. Yeah, it's not opening for whatever. It's okay. I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out, like, slowly. So, yeah, Repo is in my mind. I wanted to play Mecha Chameleon as well at some point, but that one I'll think about, like, maybe tomorrow, right? So we have Saturday for Repo and then Sunday for Mecha Chameleon, if possible. I don't know, right? It's very... I never... I never really done this before. I never really... I never really hosted things as much, so it's kind of scary. I don't know what's gonna happen, but I'll try. I wanted to play a Repo and make a comedian. That's why I need to try, right? I need to try. Kobo needs to try. So while we wait for Ixen, why don't we play something small? I know it says Phasmo there. But I kind of want to play Bloons for a bit and wait for Dragon. What do you guys think? I mean, Bloon is like I can stop at any time. No, it's a good choice. Also, I don't know if I'm allowed to say this, but maybe I'm allowed to say this. I don't know. Alright, give me a second. I'm gonna put Ixen's stream at the side so that I can know what's going on. Okay, there we go. So I can look at Dragon and then I'll know what's going on. Oh. Oh, Fenrir. Okay, there we go. I'm all over the place, don't worry about it. Why is it encoding overloaded? Okay, I know what's going on. Give me a second. Okay. I think it's because it's... my Discord is jammed. Oh, my Discord is not jammed anymore. It's so weird. What is opening? Oh, is it Thunderstorm Man? I opened it for so long and then only now you open? What the heck? Okay. I mean, hey, it if it works, it works. If it works, it works. Okay. But I'll look at it after then. There we go. Repo. There, I have Repo and Little Company. So yeah, I'll think about how. Oh my god, there's a lot of things on the tray. This is so fucked up. Okay, let me close this quick. Okay, Boom. Right. I'll try not to open up too many things here. So while we wait for Ixen and Fenrir, let's play some balloons. I'm gonna change my category for a bit. Why not? I'm gonna copy this. Ballooning for a bit before getting hunted by ghosts. Very nice. I think this works, right? BTD6? Yeah. The classic BTD6. I'll keep the music playing in the background. Because I feel like Bloon Tower Defense's music is not that good. I mean, it's okay. It's alright. Right? It's alright. It's alright. I need to constantly check my phone as well, just in case. My friend wants a free lizard sacred. Free sacred. Oh my god. Oh, I mean, that's not bad. Hey, free money. Free money. 15 fireworks. What is this? Social season, Striker's Vacation. Go. Team Island. Oh, it's a global goal. Oh. Bomb Shooter Best Boy Pet. What is this number? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 13 numbers? What the heck? 13 numbers? Such a classic. I know. I always go back to this game from time to time. It's always nice to play this. Also, hi banana. I guess we can try collection event. Why not? There was wait. Oh, sure, why not? Magic monkeys only, alternate blue rounds. Only gained 4 out of this. Sure, let's do magic monkeys only. I'm relatively sure one monkey does it all. But I don't want to do that. You know what? No, I don't want to do that. Okay, let's put this one here. I don't have auto start on, right? Okay. I'll put the game slightly louder. Nah, 20. Yeah, that's an okay amount of sound. Okay, good. I would try mermaid. No, my mermaid is already like full. It's fine. How is my mermaid? How did I even do that much XP on mermaid? Oh, that's kind of bad. Actually, that's not that bad. I love hero. That's so cheaty. I love it. Love the tiny dragon. Tiny dragon. Okay, what do we do? What do we use? I guess we cheese this one. We go... We go... 025. Yeah, 025 sounds good. Yeah, buddy. That was kind of loud. Kind of. Are you shooting... Are you shooting fireworks? Wait, you are? What the heck is going on? Is there like an event I mean, there is an event going on, but why is it all fireworks? Is it like anniversary? I'll just go for Wall of Fire. Hi, Fluffy. Omega Dragon. 4th of July? 4th of July is a firework day? I didn't know. I did buy a bunch of firework related event thingy. So when I put down monkey and I upgrade my stuff, it will have fireworks going on. I didn't think it would shoot fireworks here. I see a dragon tail around here. Yeah. Makes me kinda wanna bite, but maybe I don't wanna bite. What's 4th of July? I don't know. For America? For America? America have 4th of July as firework day apparently. I kinda want to cheese it and just like... I mean, until Shimmer is still kinda weak, I would say. But I can already deal with Camo and... Yeah, I can deal with Camo and... Lead. Oh, Independence Day. Oh, okay. Ah, that explains why all the fireworks. That makes sense. That makes sense. Shima. More range. Look at this shit. Crazy amount of range. Might need some more firepower here. Do we? If the wall of fire is good, then we don't need actually. Oh, yikes. How much? 3k? Ah, 3k is fine. See, we're already halfway there. What is that? Oh, it's a golden balloon. I'm here because of that. Hiya. Oh, it's the purple. You know, I entirely forgot about purple. Truly a base color. What do? We do one ninja? No. We do druid. A druid. 2-1? 1-5-5-2-5-2-0? No, we do this. 2-4. 2-5-0. 2-5-0. Boons. Oh my god, hi Brian. Boons. Oh my god, boons. We left wounds. Oh, Brian doing good wounds. I forgot how strong Druid is. Buna. Big Buna? Ooh. The lightning is so good. Big Buna. Hmm? Okay. Ixon has Telegram open. I should do that too, actually. I should keep my Telegram open. So that we know what's going on. Okay, let's continue. We have, oh yeah, we're here. So this one we put as back as possible. As behind as possible. Here. Oh, that's a bit of a problem. Oh, I didn't think about that. I put Wizard Monkey too far away. I cannot get all the kills. Oh no. Oh no. I'm sure it's fine. Yeah, it's not getting much, you know. Actually, it's kind of fine. It's kind of fine. It's kind of fine. Okay, okay, okay. Can I change fire? No. Okay. It stops here. This looks good. Okay, now everyone can hit camel. Very nice. This one deals with purple. This one deals with purple. This one deals with camel and everything. Very nice. Camel, everyone deals with camel. Everyone can deal with lead now. I think we're set. I think we can do 80 no problem. Maybe a small problem, question mark? I guess a small problem being... Oh, the ships. Ah, yeah, I didn't think about that. How would we deal with ships? More druid, of course. Why am I asking? This works. We do another 2-5, 2-4, 2-4. Oh. Oh. Oh, druid? Druid, let's go. Druid was a good choice. Now we can get this one and then we win. Unless we want this one so they get more money. Why not? Oh, they changed the skill? Wait, they changed it. What? Oh no. I mean, yeah. They buffed Druid. They buffed Druid. Let's go. What the heck? They buffed Druid. I didn't know. What? Holy shit! So they give passive income now instead of active skill income. That is so good. Okay, the upgrade is so much more worth it now. Oh my god. I need more druid. I need more druid. 120 per round is huge, by the way. Druid. Oh, 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 oh. Am I Banana Bank with druid now? Yeah. I mean, sure, 120 is not as much as Banana Bank or Banana Farm. $120, $240. Let's go, $240. Actually, so good. Huh? Deals so much damage as well. $37k for this one. Near the spirit of force, do more damage. Activate the ability, grabs more balloon. So they didn't mention druid generate creation and lives at the end of each round. Plus extra cash per banana farm near the druid. Oh. Yeah. It's not like it's weak, it's really strong. Like druid is like the racetrack demon. It's so good. How do you grab? There's nothing to grab. Money. I mean, 28k doesn't seem too far now. Or we can make one more druid. We make more druid and then never able to save money until we got enough for 28k. Actually, I like that idea. Oh no, chat. Kobo brain is acting up. Oh no. GG. I'll never have enough money now. Oh no. When Kobo brain's too strong. Hey, that's 360 per round. No ceramic can go through us now. That's 480 per round. We should get 600 per round, no? We should get 600 per round. We totally should. I'm so glad they buffed Druid. This is a huge buff too. Because usually you can only activate the skill about 2 rounds. I never used it like boosts before, so I have no idea about boosts, but without boost it's like about once per 2 round you can activate the skill and it's like 200 something money. Not the best. It's still something. It's so good. Can we... Nope. That means we need more druid. I'm joking, I'm joking. Okay, 5 is enough. Oh, I should have used this one. Maybe I can grab the bloom. How does it grab though? Does it like... Does it like grab? Hi Fenrir. I'm looking at Ixon's stream at the same time. Ixon is still playing the game, right? Haste? Yeah. It's okay. I also made Ixon wait because of me not being okay. But I had medicine now, so I'm feeling better. Unless Excellent's ready. Looking telegram. I can stop this one whenever, so it's fine. Oh, I love Druid now. Grab the balloon. I activated grab balloon? No. When one breaks, it just grabs all the ceramic. It's so funny. It just grabs. Oh, no problem. We have this as support. And now this one becomes support. That's crazy. Main damage becomes support. I also love how Druid has full screen attack as well. No problem. 5 Druid easy. New strat. Ayo. New strat, just go Druid. Oh my god, Kobo is rolling in money. Magic only monkey, and then I can buy 28k at round 68. Around? Oh. Should we get this one? I forgot to grab the balloon again. Hiya. No, I want to see what this one does. Now that they buffed it. I've seen this one thousands of times, it's fine. I love budget build. It's so budget, no, this one? Everything is like 5,000, 6,000, let's say 7,000. 7,000 for each of these. 77, 77, 78, 735. Oh, they're not as cheap as I thought, but it's kind of nice though. No, I don't know. Grab him. I cannot grab him. I cannot grab him. What do you mean? Alright, watch this. Bam. Here comes the big boy. Feels the same. Does it give more money? Huh? Oh yeah, you definitely give more money. Holy shit. Was that 1,200? Yeah, that's... Oh my fucking god, it's 1,200. 1,200 per round. Okay. It's so good. Okay. change to Alchemist? I never really use Alchemist. But a permanent boost is always nice. For Alchemist, I always go for 501. I feel like 2 is just not that useful at all. Because it will only do this while they're idle. Yeah, only if no balloons are nearby. Yeah, that's why I don't buy this one. Save a little bit of 500. Why not? Oh yeah, it goes through walls, right? Because they throw. Alright, time to get stimulated. How much is this? 51k? We should probably get more druid. We could get more druid. I highly doubt that we can go... I highly doubt we can reach around 100 with this build. It would be kind of funny though. They're doing 41k, 11... Yeah, druids are doing work. And you're out of balloons. Druids are too strong. I should just sell this one, honestly. We should go for Magic Monkey, this one instead. 34k. Yeah, do a 5-2. 520. Get out here. And get that stimulant as well. It's streaking. Hi, Solar. Solar streaking? Oh my goodness. Don't look at me. But you're telling a kobold not to look at a dragon. That's impossible. Oh yeah, no, druids is good. Hens. I know damn where everyone looking. We must look. We cannot not look. We this one to deal with DDT maybe? Yeah. Oh my god, that's a lot of fireworks. With the fireworks, hell yeah. Yeah, might as well upgrade this one to 51k. Actually, I think I come to do a cheese build. Since we have the money. I don't know if I can do it before around 100. So Druid. Yeah, it's 48k. Ooh, that's pretty expensive. And I need 5 of them or 6 of them as well. So this one will be the main. This one will be Like the rest will be support. They need to be as close as the main as possible. The orphans in range. Okay. Okay. Now we need 48k. Look at that machine gun. You get +5 or ×5? Good. That's what we need. We love machine gun, holy heck. Oh, first DDT incoming, I think? Yeah. Oh, they stood no chance. I don't even see them. I don't even see the DDT comes in. Can you do damage to DDT? That's the problem. I didn't even know. Okay, allow DDT incoming. Oh my god, we are so solid. I don't even see the DDT. Okay. Goddamn Druid is so strong now. Druid is like, if they have camo capability, if there's someone who supports them to have camo capability, Druid is fucking OP. Heavy machine gun. Heavy machine gun. I love this guy, holy shit. Oh, you've been doing a lot of damage as well. Shit, I didn't even know. Only fortified DDT, then we can see them. Holy heck. Okay. Just the right time as well. And we got 100, we got Super Monkey? What the heck? We got a 000. Okay, 000 Super Monkey is very, like, it's very worth it as well. So I was like, no, Kobo is late. I should be sorry. Alright. That was the right timing as well. Should I join? I'll join your, I'll join your Discord. Oh yeah, we could do share chat thingy. Alright, hope you don't mind me joining the group chat. Hello.
Hey, it's a Kobo. Hold on, let me mute. Site. There we go. Hi.
Hello.
Sorry, I was like, oh, we'll just do one more thing, and well, because I wasn't sure you were ready, and then right after we started, I realized that it said that you said you were ready,
It's
and
okay.
then I started having horrific audio issues during it,
Oh,
so I should have just wrapped it up and just gone straight over. But we're starting now. We're here. I have acquired the kobold.
yeah. I need
Yeah.
to get. I need to get.
Oh yeah, we need to do the shared chat.
Yeah.
Bam, knock on kobold, and then I need to go over to Wee Woo's channel and knock on theirs.
I think I joined.
Oh wait, hold on.
I joined.
You can only have one code. How do I keep requests?
Reactive
Okay,
image.
you're here.
I want
How
to
do
get.
I, how do I get you in here? It's not letting me knock.
I don't hear Fenrir. Is it just me?
They're in the channel.
Oh.
What are they? No, it's just music. Uh, knock. Okay, I knocked it that way. Now they should be able to.
I
Oh,
found.
Fenrir wants to collaborate. Oh, that's why.
Oh, accept. I
Uh,
accepted.
there we go. We got them.
Yeah.
Huzzah!
I also got. I
Here,
also got
Jokey. Oh,
Fenrir's PNG.
yes, yes, Komodo. We're still going. The plan was to do. Well, there's several plans. Why is there 3 alert symbols over here? High memory consumption detected. And what is this one? Do not share browsers. Yeah, I know. Why does that have a thing? Is it upset that I'm using a lot of memory? Phasmophobia. Fender, does Asia servers work for you?
I still don't hear Fenrir.
Fender, are you still muted?
I'm muted.
Oh.
Yes. Just use the NA servers.
Okay, so Kobold is over in Asia, so those servers work better for them.
I should be
I'm
fine.
making sure does
Okay.
which one works better for you because you
Japan, I think it is, that goes for the next one. Okay, I've never actually checked what servers do they have for options.
they have NA, SA, Europe, and Asia.
What's SA?
Yeah, for a moment.
South America. They have North America, South America.
Oh.
They don't have Australia. They don't have Russia. They don't
I would
have
say then,
Africa.
yes, give it try Asia. Once that happens is I have a 400 ping.
Yeah.
400?
Create
Oh my god.
room, private
It could be
room,
like that. My Snoop, hi Gamma.
copy, put it in this channel. Where is the VC? There's server. Where are we at in the server? There we
Wee
are.
woo, yes.
Chat. Okay, the code
Make
is
sure
in
mine is
the
set to that.
channel. Yeah, make sure yours are set to Asia.
How is the Tilra?
Wait.
How is the Tilra?
Tira doing good. I just had meds.
I
Oh,
should
there we
probably acquire and drink and sprint through the house to do so. So I don't hold you up any longer.
go.
Did you create?
Actually, talk about drink. Where's my water? One does not go without water.
Oh, it's here. Oh, I didn't even know that's possible. Okay. Wanna join, but
4
think
people is too much.
maybe? Cool. Oh,
Okay, I have returned.
wow.
Welcome back.
Kobo, you? Oh, there you are. I was about to
You
say.
can just click the. If you highlight and copy, you can just click the paste button. Blah.
I forgot there's a paste button.
I am going to put on my watch that measures my heart rate because I'm curious.
Do we use in-game chat?
Curiosity had.
I remember the in-game chat is proximity chat, which means that we won't be able to hear each other from across the house.
Well, that is the
Immersion.
question they're asking. Do you wish to hear or not to hear? I'm for either.
I just have Fenrir muted because I listen. Yokai scare me whenever they can hear me. The worst part, so the part is when you're talking with the updates, when you're talking, it does aggravate them, and yet what is it? The spirit box still doesn't understand what you're saying. You have to use the actual text input for it to activate reliably. It's like the yokai still get angry, and the spirit box doesn't work. So it's the worst of both worlds.
That's
That's
part.
why I'd like to be in Discord.
That's part of the fun. You get hunted.
Ixon.
Yeah.
Actually, this is probably a better question. How much has Tilra played this game?
Not a lot.
We've done
Are
a
you okay
couple
with
weeks.
professional?
I'm okay with professional.
What are we on? Intermediate? Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So professional will still get three evidences. The ghosts will have a shorter grace period, a longer hunt duration. The sanity pills will be less, and there'll be even fewer places to hide.
So we have more chance to get hunted.
Basically.
Nice.
Or chaos.
Yeah.
But sometimes them hunting can actually be the dead giveaway that gives the ghost away. So,
Yes, but like that's why it's good to trigger the ghost to hunt when you want it to hunt and not let it hunt when you don't want it to hunt.
I always panic so hard, so I don't know what's going on when I get hunted.
Exactly. That's why it's
Hey,
better than not
Spectrum.
hunt. Hello there, Spectrum. Hi.
Hello.
I've only really played this game on professional because that's what I got dragged into, and I've just stayed using it.
It's
So when I get pulled into the lower levels, it's just the game just feels so slow.
it is nice. I do like the higher levels, but also Tealer hasn't played like the Tealer is just now getting back into it.
That's why I was asking. It's like, no, there might be a problem here.
Oh,
Yeah.
we can play professional. It's fine. Yeah.
And then if Como, if you want to, hold on, let me leave this other
Just
call.
above a note.
If you wish to
Okay.
us to turn it back after this, like if it's too hard, just absolutely say something, please.
Yeah, we could even do tier 1 equipments if you want. We could save money. If we get hunted, if we die, we don't lose like 10k, we lose 1k.
See, I'm bringing everything, so as long as I don't die, I'm fine. I'm fine with having all of the good gear.
Okay, I'm going in.
Yeah, I'll just like hang out in the truck if need be. If
That
things are
works.
getting sketchy, that way we don't. That way you guys can be risky and not risk losing all of the equipment.
So we're using
So where
Discord
do we
chat
want
for
to
now?
go first?
That's a good question. I like the smaller maps usually because it's usually just me and Kobold.
Like
With
prison?
more people, we could do some bigger ones, but we don't want to do too big. What do you think, Kobold?
What do I think? If you want, I guess we can start with. Ooh, I want to go to a farmhouse. We go Bleasdale?
Which one is Blaze? Sure. It is very big, but
Bleasdale.
that
We
is
have 3
fine.
people. And
Yeah.
Fenrir is OP.
Yeah. See, like Blaisdell is
I
one
have
of
an
the
understanding.
you're one of the
Been
biggest
probably about a month
ones.
since I played last.
Blaisdell, one of the biggest ones I'm okay with doing. Like the high school and the Sunny Meadows just feel needlessly big, whereas Bladesdale is like the appropriate amount of this is very big.
Yeah.
If I go into high school, I literally go with the mindset is I'm going in insane
Yeah.
because you spend so long looking for the ghost that you're already insane before you find it.
Yeah. It's like it's either you do it on a lower difficulty so you don't lose sanity, or you just accept you're gonna be insane.
Gamma.
Also, Spectrum, they can be very fun in VR. After the update that it's had, that with the avatars, that's completely broken everything. I don't know how much of the VR side has been fixed, so I can't tell you there.
I can never play VR. I would get scared shitless.
Oh, Ray, Rail was like, oh yeah, Rail bought a raid, the guy in the raid thing for the stream, and it's like, oh yeah, do it, send it to me. So he's buying it to send to himself, which that's of all the ways to buy viewers, that's the one that I am the most accepting of. I like that. Yes, sure, fine. Actually, I'll leave that there, and I will use this.
Is this a
Um,
flashlight? Oh,
oh,
whoa.
I can hear you in the game. Hold on, I need to mute that.
Me?
Yeah, there
So
we
are we
go.
using Discord or are we using in-game?
I'm listening to you guys in game. No, in Discord, not in game. I'm muted in game. That's what I'm trying to say.
We can do Discord, yeah.
It's been long and be a bit until it was upside down.
EMF. It's
Okay,
been long
so we
in
got
VR until
that.
the game literally flipped me upside down, walking on the ceiling.
Oh, where is? Let me check where the thing is. It is
Upstairs.
in the attic. The
Back door is also
these
open.
boxes.
EMF upstairs?
Jokey trying to the fuse box is upstairs to turn the lights on.
No, there was EMF activity, but I didn't see what it was.
Oh, I see.
It goes like beepity beep beep.
Oh, is it tier 1 or is it? Hold on, which tier do you have?
It's very electronic.
Oh yes, so the arrow points to where it's at.
Oh, that's what it was. I was trying to follow it too.
I am celebrating the day before America Day with two very non-Americans.
You know, I've
Of
seen
maximum
fridge.
irony.
I've seen broken fridge, but I never seen a fridge this broken.
What?
Yeah, I mean it looks broken, and I'm having freezing breaths. I found the ghost room. I think
Where at?
kitchen.
Kitchen by the looks of it.
Yeah,
Ah, there you
like the fridge is broken.
go.
Like
Freezing. Okay, we're down to 5 degrees in here. It's coldest room.
There's been lots of fireworks going off this whole day.
That's how bad it is. I've actually forgot how to drop items. There we go.
Oh, is that you?
I didn't.
Fender, did you turn the lights off?
Yeah, I did.
Oh,
because
okay,
I was
okay.
about to use Spirit Box.
Oh,
Are
we're
we? Woo. Are you
on.
there? What are you doing? How are you? Where are you? Can you say something? Do something.
Where's the door? I can't see the door when you turn the lights off because I forgot to get the headlamp thing.
I'll go grab more stuff.
Could you get firelights?
What?
Yes, we'll do.
What's a firelight?
The candles.
Oh, can
Oh, we
where
have
am
we have
I?
two. There's 2 candles and 2 lanterns.
We a woo.
I think I'm outside. Question mark.
How is you?
What color are you? Green?
I don't know where I am.
Oh yeah. Go through that gate in front of you, and then keep going along the house.
Ooh, lightning.
Oh,
And now
Power's out.
the truck
Oh.
is over this way.
I see the truck. Oh my god.
Yeah.
I want to turn it up. The house is so dark, I can't see a thing.
It's normal when there's
And
no lights.
the EMF reader is going off, and I can't find the EMF reader.
Oh,
EMF
is the
read-
breaker off?
Yeah, the breaker died.
Here, let me
Hi.
bring back the firelight for you.
Items are just not in people's hands.
I throw the
Okay.
EMF reader. I'm gonna make Fenrir go insane. He cannot find the EMF.
Remember, the game is so broken.
Yeah, it's a little bit more worse than broken. Items are disappearing out of my hand, even though they're in my hand.
Oh no, that is worse than broken. Also, I have the night vision goggles, so like you can use those.
I can't actually see the EMF reader. But it
I'll bring
sounded
another
like
one.
it was doing its 5, possibly.
Ooh.
I've been
It was
snacking on the equipment.
Does the EMF 5 actually shows on the van?
No.
Oh.
There's ways to approximate it. Like if the activity jumps up by 5 or more, then it could be EMF. It isn't always, but it usually doesn't jump up that much if it is.
Okay, where's the EMF reader?
I took a
So
picture of
you're
the
looking
EMF
at it
reader.
right now.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's on the book.
Okay, I've got it.
I got the EMF reading.
I
Yay!
want you to be able to see if it's actually giving us a 5.
There, you want another EMF reader? I put it on the table.
Oh, I see what you mean about the broken fridge door.
Yeah.
Oh,
She she's bad.
oh
mean-
goodness! I found the ghost. It's the fridge.
Can I take a picture of the fridge?
You thought there was a ghost, but it was I, fridge.
We're down to 1.7, 1.4.
Oh, we got writing.
Temps are still dropping.
Writing
Yeah, we do too.
picture.
Evidence.
Okay.
I'm a
Do you have anything
Ghost
else
writing,
besides
so-
writing?
Hey, Ixon, it's not the one that you hate the most. It can't be. Can't be a yokai.
Yeah. Okay, you can keep talking. I'm not going to shun you talking for this round.
What do we
Wait,
have?
what's the ghost's name?
Oh,
no, I can't
freezing
see the
temps.
picture of it. Yay!
we
What
have one?
Oswing? What's the Oswing? More Revenant Shade Demon. Oswing. Rumored to gorge itself on blood and corpses, the Oswing is feral yet capable of blending into urban environments. Strength. When they spot their target, the Oswings become faster in pursuit.
Ooh,
Weakness. They prefer chasing over searching. That means
You got a camera?
I have a
that means
camera.
there's a video camera over here.
No, like I need a camera.
Kira
Picture
has a
camera.
photo.
Take a pic. If you pass it, because this one's client side.
Oh yeah, they can get a picture of the freezing temps.
I'll go bring Dot's projector.
I have a dots projector.
I'll
bring
more.
I forgot to place it because I was just
Freezing
looking.
temps ghost writing it.
I'm on the
EMF
sound
reading.
recorder.
Actually,
Is the yokai the dumbest ghost? A yokai killed me.
so let's see. Ghosts, no evidence. So
Is
it can.
yokai?
So see Finner, the thing about figuring out what it is through the hunt, it looks like the Aswang and the Revenant both hunt the same. They speed up when they see you.
Yeah, that's fine.
Which is
It just means that you can narrow it down to 2 ghosts.
was that you?
Yeah, I'm
Bowling.
checking for.
Oh yeah.
I have my bowling
What can it
sound
be?
recorder.
EMF. It can be dots. It can be ultraviolet. I didn't see any ghost orbs. Okay, so that would rule out Revenant. The spirit box would be
So no
normal. Do you
ghost
know?
orbs.
Oh, do you know how to do the text thing with this?
No, I don't know how to do text in game. I've always used speech.
Are you? Are you? Are you friendly? Where are you? Okay, I'm not getting any responses. It's a thing in the
Okay.
settings. That you have to do, like in the settings menu to set it to text. And
Okay. If it is a shade, we need to leave the room.
Oh. Shade only responds to
Shades
one
do not
people,
like
right?
you in their room.
they
Shades, if you're in their room, they will just fucking stop completely.
yeah
You'll be here for 3 hours. They will still not do anything.
Oh
they just won't
no.
do anything. The lights are flickering. The lights flickering for you guys perpetually.
No,
Oh, somebody just flickered them on and off.
I did.
It's just constantly flickering for me. That's fun. I love that. Yay. I'm gonna go
Epilepsy,
to the
everybody
truck
loves
so
it.
I don't give my cat an epileptic seizure.
Goes to the truck is flashing too.
Oh, I can hear footsteps. Oh my god.
Level 2 EMF, all you gotta do is look for a red light, no sound or anything required. That is true. Oh,
Jockey approved now. If Kobo would want to join poke on Discord, see you. Of
Uh,
course, thank you, Jockey. I will poke the dragon.
have we gotten any media? Has there been anything to record? We got the pictures. We have no videos.
How does the sound recorder work?
So you hold the button and you wait until it points in a direction. And you go to the direction if it's level 3.
Ooh.
You want to try and make it so it centers on the dot.
Oh, I
And
did
then
it.
you'll hear it talk. Oh, that's a firelight going out.
Interesting.
Paranormal whisper. Okay, yeah, that's not paranormal whisper. That's paranormal
Okay.
blow my eardrums.
I was able to record the firelight going out. Can you? Okay, that's disorienting. The flickering lights.
It's not flickering on my end.
It is
Mine
on
either.
my end.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Very
turn the light
lucky.
off in here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, there we go.
I'll leave the room just in case.
Confirmed we have 0 spirit orbs.
Just double checking. No, we don't have that one on the list. Hey, it's not a furry. How you doing?
Not a furry.
Hello, furry. How you doing? How is everything?
Have we checked ultraviolet?
No, that is actually one we have not done. Thank you
There,
for reminding.
there's salt. There's salt that we can bring in.
Because
Let me
ultraviolet
grab.
means it's a demon.
I'm grabbing some salt and an ultraviolet.
I
I'm on
don't
my
think
way
it's a
in.
demon. It would have hunted.
Yeah, no, activity
Yeah.
is way too low for a demon.
Yeah.
It would have definitely hunted, but this is just a ruling it out for sure.
Putting
Oh
the
my
guilt
good
in
Rail,
work.
hello! I guess I'm not gonna raid you then. How's it going?
Rail.
Paranormal talking.
It's a bark. Look at the backlog.
Oh wow! I actually didn't capture the game, so there's been no noise going on for the game for the longest time. I'm actually dumb as hell.
Oh no.
Oh wait, hold on.
Been there, done that.
It finally
Property.
happened. Oh no.
Oh, what mine set? Okay, mine is set to Outer Wilds and it's capturing the game.
Nice.
Huh.
You're probably using the one that it tries to actually like detect what screen you got active as your main screen.
No, not the screen.
that
The
it?
audio. The audio is set to that. which I didn't.
Interesting.
Usually it's like, oh no, you have to pick the exact one. That's not the exact one.
See, I have the option for mine set to whatever is my selected active screen, so that way it does not capture any other things.
It
It's
is
going well,
not.
thanks.
Is race an option?
Made some healthy pizza casseroles. That was absolute trash, but a good day otherwise. Ouch. I mean,
It's not. It's not walked in any of the
okay.
salt.
You did it in the wrong room.
No. Over here. It's not walked through any of them.
Anything that there's two ghosts that can't walk through them. Both of them are not on the list, so just give it time.
Okay. I'm going to leave the ultraviolet here.
Why is the book flying?
Why is the book moving?
Yeah.
Oh. But yeah, the flickering lights is one of the bugs that they know about. That is one of the issues they're having recently. So I'm just deaf. I don't think I hear the game. Oh, it's just super quiet. Oh, it is quiet. Yoink. There we go. Sim, hello! Oh my
It
goodness.
is a sim!
How are you doing?
Fluffy dragon.
The book has places to be. It's on a mission.
I
Literally.
am needed. I have ascended.
Okay, I'm gonna put this. There's still 2 more uses in the salt. I'm gonna watch the camera so I'm out of the room.
How Fluffy Dragon's doing it.
Supportive
Oh.
wiggles! Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Let's see. Our average sanity is at 57.
That's pretty high. It's a shame we're not gonna get hunted. I'm calling it.
We might get I actually think it might be a shade. Just due to the fact it's gone.
It's definitely
It was like
feeling
it did a bit of activity at the start, but because I couldn't see the device to see if we were getting EMF 5s, it just hasn't done anything since.
Then it could be. I have a duplicate paranormal token. Hiya.
No. Do you wish to clear it out, or do you wish to keep it?
I mean, it's only 1 money though. It's okay, we can keep it.
There you go.
Actually, if you want to, one of the ones you can do is you can take the firelight into the room and just monitor the firelight, and if it blows it out, you can actually capture that as a sound.
That's a sound.
Oh.
I just heard a ghost event noise with my paranormal.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Check the thermometer. See if it's still in the room.
Actually, that's not a bad choice, but it should be. It hasn't done anything.
It either hasn't done anything because it's yeeted itself out of there, or it hasn't done anything because of the shade. That's my thought.
I'll
I
bring the
would love
firelight.
to. The thermometer is gone.
I see it right there, but there's one on either side of the salt in the middle.
No, it's gone.
Oh, there's two.
I didn't take it. I didn't take it for the record.
No, I see 2 of them. That's what I'm saying.
It's still 2.8.
Okay.
The graph shows no activity.
Yeah, considering the room next to it's 20, so.
I have the firelight. I'm gonna record the sound.
Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to flashbang chat. My bad.
Ayo.
The camera's on night vision, and I actually put my night vision down, and so it was just white. Spectro, I'm sorry.
It's doing shade behavior. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm leaning towards the shade.
Me too.
The goggles do nothing. It just it overexposes it.
What's shade? EMF 5, right?
Yeah, shade is EMF.
Yeah, if I recall, the last one's EMF 5. Yeah. But yeah, the biggest thing is, like, I will leave the house so it's only you in here. Keep an eye on the EMF.
I have an EMF on me.
Yeah. Also, probably stand just outside the room.
Outside the room? Okay.
Yeah.
'Cause shades don't like it when people are in the room. They just stop doing anything.
Oh, got it. Alright, I'm right outside the room. I'm keeping an eye on EMF reader.
Yeah.
Something is very off with the lighting today.
Yeah, it's flickering constantly on my end.
Oh, on my side, my book now has a different color.
I'm sorry, what? What kind of color?
It's gone brownish.
Nice.
Yo, you got the brown update.
I'm gonna turn off the light for the ghost room. Maybe it will make it more
Okay.
active.
Yeah, no, turning it off will help it.
I never
Actually,
felt...
what have we found? We have not found the hand. We have not found the book. No, done enough videos, but we've got the worst Ghost 4 videos. But why is that device whitish?
What device?
Peggy, you're not seeing it.
Is it still in here?
Oh, the motion
One-
sensor?
Yeah, one of the motion sensors is grey instead of actually.
Why?
It might have moved. I'm not getting freezing
Oh, I
breaths
think it's the
anymore.
lighting, because the close headband is also gray, and this headband's black as well.
Which one?
It just, the lighting is global now for that one region, I guess.
What is this? Oh, it's a thermal.
Motion sensor.
It might have moved. I'm not getting freezing breaths anymore.
That's not good. But
Double check.
for us
Double
to
check.
confirm that, where's
It's
the
here now.
thermometer going?
It's in the living room. It's -6.
Oh,
It's in the living room? No.
well,
Let me
do
bring in-
everything there as quick as possible.
Yep.
Put salt. Yeah, if we can, salt in the doorways will be good too. Actually, I need that.
I'll bring the tripod.
I think I'm losing frames.
Yeah, I'm playing at about 30 FPS, I would say.
Okay, the closet under the stairs is open. Just in case.
It's been in the living room for a short while. I didn't even notice. Oh my god. I'm Kobo blind.
Yeah, it's been there for a short while. Sim just knows. Sim's on the same wavelength as them. Objects
Sim-
thrown!
Sim very gaming.
Sim loves this game.
Oh. Explains it. Yeah.
Okay, that's better. Even though everything's just changed on me.
And don't mind
I've
the
just like tuned the graphics levels down.
Wait, is that?
invisible candle.
Oh, that one's empty. Never mind then.
Wow. I got a nice invisible candle.
At least it's suitable.
I can only see the fire.
Yoink. This place is so big. We're gonna leave that moving and grab another one. It was a sim. The trouble is we were also seeing short breath in the kitchen as well. It's just we didn't notice that it was also in the living room. Did one of y'all set up a dots?
I see the
Or
dots
another
moving.
dots?
Oh, there's something going on.
And here are dots.
We have 2 dots. One of them isn't, or none of them are in the truck. I moved one in there myself. I'm just making sure.
Can I say that this is mega shade behavior? We haven't found the bone yet, right? I want to try finding the bone.
I was actually grabbed the camera just to do that, but fair enough.
Still no
Got the video
good.
camera because I want to see if I can't get one of the book.
I'll go grab extra.
Oh,
It's saying object thrown
Hmm?
for just a moment.
Nice.
Why does it say that there's 2 in
there's
this?
2 object thrones.
Why are there 2? Who put this other? Why are there 2 of the tripod cameras right next to each other?
I don't know.
They love each other.
They're more useful when they're looking at each other, though.
No.
No.
Motion sense.
No.
No, it's because that's why.
Yeah. I'm gonna bet
Let me
it's a
grab
shade,
camera.
so I don't care about the shade. I'm just gonna find the bone in the dark.
Where's the other? Oh, the other dots is.
So it was like, let's go
Yeah.
insane. For the insanity.
Who needs sanity anyway?
Where's the other dots?
True.
Oh, it's in the ceiling.
There's
That's
one on the ceiling.
Let me put it in the ceiling over here. Because it is in this room now.
But where's the other dots projector?
It's by the mirror.
I'm gonna change my graphic settings a little bit.
There we go.
Alright. Chat,
We have an EMF.
we're going to be playing Minecraft today.
You can have a little insanity as a treat.
Oh my god, it looks like shit. Nice. This is the proper gaming experience.
What are you doing?
We are playing
Dropping
Minecraft.
the graphics level there. It's a crazy.
Is this bomb?
Crazy! Hello!
I
How
don't
you
think that's
doing?
Wow.
Hello. I believe in Kobo. Kobo will try her best.
There is sushi.
Pa, 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 pa.
Oh my
The
god,
sushi
sushi.
wolf has a lot. Eve.
I crave sushi.
I crave the sushi.
Must eat.
Media.
Oh. Wait, is crazy a sushi?
If you have a look in chat, you'll see he's on sushi.
Oh, oops. It's okay. I'm small. It's fine.
It's hard for Kobo to see over my horns in your ears.
Yeah, I'm definitely not getting impaled or anything. You know, this place will be spookier if the ghosts were in the shade.
Yes, it is.
I'm in a place. I don't know where I am.
Let me check the map.
It just written in the book when I left the room. So
Gosh,
there wasn't enough time to get to the...
I just left a camera that was actively recording that was able to see it. Gosh dang it. Oh well.
Secret room?
It had an EMF too.
Crystal orb?
Oh, you're upstairs. I see.
I checked one of the tables though. There might be some tarot cards.
Tarot card?
Ooh, fire extinguish. Record that for a mixtape. Oh wait,
That's
is that a
another
duplicate?
I'm pretty sure we actually already do have that.
Well, we still have it in one slot, so I'll hold off on deleting it and just because it's currently just extra money anyways.
Oh my god,
We're
I found a
struggling as
crystal.
it is. There's a what?
Just so you know, the activity of the ghost may start to happen. I have left the room that he's in.
So I'm gonna get hunted, is what you're saying.
We can get hunted.
It's fine.
The space underneath the stairs is open if you just happen to be there, but hopefully you're far away from that.
Shade doesn't know where I am. Can I hide here?
I wouldn't tempt them.
I also have an camera down the down in the living room.
Oh, there goes the power.
Oh.
So, not tarot cards, not the doll. Didn't check for the pentagram.
I don't think I've seen pentagram anywhere.
Pentagram.
Not dots so far. Still.
No, it's shade. Like, come on. It's shade.
He's hoping.
Yeah.
Hi, Blizzy.
Blizzard, hello!
Kobo found shiny. I would so keep that if I couldn't hold anything else.
I mean, you can hold
Hey, Gemini, how you doing?
I mean, we totally shouldn't give the Kobo the sword. It definitely isn't in the trophy room right in front of you.
I want bone. I haven't seen bone.
Oh, good. I'm seeing the camera glitches where the house despawns and respawns.
Nice. I found what's the paw again?
Okay, no.
Monkey paw?
Oh, the monkey's paw.
Oh, monkey paw. Where did you find that? I actually don't know where that one is on this map.
The desk upstairs.
I took a peek to
Upstairs desk. Oh, it's it. Oh, actually, I do know where it is. I forgot.
Alright, I cannot read
So you got a
anything
picture
in
of
the
that
book.
one?
My graphic is too high. There's no words being present. It's fine.
EMF reading, ghost writing, monkey paw, freezing temps. We still have not found the bone.
You should see the truck. If I die early, there's so many random yeah. There was I remember a long time ago I was playing with Tiora and she died and we came back to the truck and there was just like every plushie and every shoe in the truck. Where are you?
Oh, that's a rare one.
Oh, you're still by that. Okay. I currently. Oh wait, I know what I can do. Hold on, bring Finra's point of view over here. Let me play.
Would it be funny if I make a wish? Oh, break a book.
Well, I'm getting okay. I got Finra's.
Actually, no. You just actually said something very smart. The monkey paw can force the ghost into activity.
Ooh. Should I do it? What can I wish for?
Once I can find out where the hell I am, because the lights just went out and everything went pitch black on me, and I keep losing
I
my
need a
sense of direction.
flashlight.
You are.
Hi.
Oh, you're in the hallway. No, you're in the bedroom.
Is this
'Cause
Fenrir?
out that door takes you to
There
the
it is.
hallway. There you go.
Once I'm in the hallway, it's like, no, I'm all good. I can get to the breaker.
I am so glad that the map works.
Oh man, it's so bright.
Giving-
My snoot.
A
Hi,
hug for
Evie.
Blizzard,
How you doing? My snoot. Oi,
Big hug.
Evie. Oh, I just turned the hallway back off. Evie! My snoot, stop. Okay. I don't know if I have the voice lines needed, but one of the wishes you can, yeah, I wish for activity.
Wishing for
The,
While
Yeah,
holding the monkey paw, I think you gotta hold right click.
Hold right?
Yeah, the text should come up. You still have the text on, right, Tiro?
No.
Oh.
Hold right click. I wish for activity.
And just go, I wish for activity.
What would the...
If the finger goes down,
hunting.
it answered.
Is it not hunting?
What do you mean it's hunting? No,
It doesn't look like it.
it just killed the breaker instead.
Isn't the door locked? Door's locked.
It is hunting.
Yeah. But it's a shade. How could the shade hunt?
Wait, it's hunting?
The shade can hunt. You just don't need to be in its room, and it's ruthless as a demon.
But that's...
So it's not hunting. The paw...
I think the door is stuck.
The paw is moving.
Oh, mist form. Oh, I wasn't fast enough.
No, I'm not holding the paw anymore. Fuck you.
No, mist form means it's not hunting because it was doing a mist form instead.
It was doing
Happy
Oh, the
something.
camera is like shaking violently. What the fuck?
Don't worry about it.
Wait. Oh, it's fine on my end. Don't worry
Oh, that's a
about
5.
it. Yo, we got
Yay.
Confirmation is complete.
confirmation.
Into its room. Into its room. Into its room. Into its room.
I misclicked. I don't delete that. I misclicked.
Okay. We need the door to open, or we need to go to the back door.
We could go through the back door. I don't know where it is. Wishing for activity unlocks
The
front
gate
door
that I
2
let you
minutes.
out earlier, Tiro, that's the back door.
Oh, locks
So,
the front door for
as
2
we thought.
minutes and break the breaker. I mean,
Wishing for... Oh, locks the front door for 2 minutes. That's a long time to have the front door locked.
Yeah.
We did wish for it.
Oh, this one said it was locked. The front door didn't say it was locked. That one said it was locked. There we go.
Oh, it's doing something. Watch out. Shadow Ghost. Record. Oh, I missed it.
I don't know if that was a hunt.
It said Shadow Ghost.
Alright,
No,
door's
it looks
open.
like it did was what Sim was saying. It broke the breaker. Because
I took a
I
picture.
will state
but
it's never done that to me, but at the same time, I wouldn't be surprised if it can do that. As a I remember it was like an RNG thing. That thing.
did I take a picture?
Yeah.
I couldn't read anything. I have graphics set to the lowest.
Oh
let me see.
Shadow Ghost. Yes.
I'm
You got
the
the picture?
best. Oh my god.
Yeah, I was like a third of a second too slow to get the Shadow Ghost recording.
Oh, we're insane.
Yeah. No, not surprised.
Yeah. I did use the mic.
Detect it with the parabolic microphone.
I was trying to use the parabolic microphone for the longest time.
My snoot.
Nudity boopity.
Boop, schnit.
My snoot. Oi.
Oh, I
How
am.
am I doing for
I am
sanity? I'm back up to 30. I'll use one more and then go back in.
Should I go in with you? I can
That is
bring
a
an
pure you
incense.
choice.
I have incense.
That would help.
I don't know how to use it.
I do still have it. Come here. Oh, no. Fuck. Oh, that's used.
Is it hunting?
No,
I can have another incense for you. I'm gonna go.
I was trying to...
I'll open the breaker.
Thank you. Might be a better idea to have that on me. Bring it here and then bring this out.
The breaker is making a weird noise.
Ixon, tell me if you if the parabolic microphone quest is complete.
Will do.
The breaker is broken. Like I cannot enable it anymore.
Yeah, no. When you made your wish, it broke the breaker.
Well, the house is.
We got the cursed wish.
The house is done.
Yay!
Definitely not my fault.
No, the ghost was just grumpy.
Yeah. I still haven't found the bone yet.
Oh, you got a house to search if you wish to. Oh? Ixon, check the...
Yeah.
Check the board.
It still doesn't say it yet.
Really? But we just had an activity right in front.
I have another parabolic microphone.
Oh, here. It did not do... Did it not do it? Why is it not doing it for you, Crazix? You're the first one in my list for auto shoutouts, and yet it does not do you. And yet it did Zai.
I should probably eat rocks.
I should probably eat rocks, just cool things.
Rocks good. Rocks good. Did it just scream at me?
Like, there's activity happening in there.
I thought I heard something from the parabolic microphone.
Well, that's what I was hoping for, but apparently we haven't been getting it.
That's not it. Because my parabolic microphone was like blinking. This has to be it. It is literally talking to me.
To be. I'm literally getting it talk, like, begging why.
Yeah, it's speaking to me why.
There we go.
Yay.
Okay, now it does.
I
was like...
We can leave.
I was hearing you guys react. I'm like, okay, I know it's talking to you. It's definitely making sounds. Why isn't it check marking?
Oh, Shade is suddenly mega pissed.
That camera is shaking so violently. Okay, everyone got Shade marked off in their book. We don't want anything else from it.
Mm-hmm.
Are you seeing the violent shake in the video? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, the video camera is like violently shaking on the screen.
Interesting. Yeah. It's perfectly fine for me.
It is shaking at 30
I just
FPS.
got yeeted. When I respawn, it just bang immediately.
Evie's got the timing down.
Okay. If we're ready to go.
Mm-hmm.
I am.
I have the shade circled.
Mm-hmm. Evie is having fun with the snake.
Snake?
And attacking me with it.
Oh, I just had an idea. Oh, I don't know if I'll ever be able to make it work. Having it to where like an item thrown, if it hits like the Fuji tech, it makes it just like bounce in the air like like this is a 2D
You
physics
could put
object.
PNGs into Vineyard.
Wait, really?
Yes, it does do 2D. It does 2D and 3D.
Interesting.
It's a lot of money.
Oh, like it's put kobolds, all of the kobold stuff instead of mine.
In Kobo?
Why?
Apparently the Kobo loaded quicker than you did.
Haha. I'm fast. The game is running at 60 FPS? Yo.
So I can state that map is actually terrible. We have another friend who turned around, he went into that map and his computer like started dying.
Hi,
Which
Evie.
one? The diner?
Blightsdale. That map, if there is poor quality in the game, that map's going to be the one that suffers.
I found I think didn't Quarks had more issues with the diner than that? I mean, granted, he had
The diner added to it.
Yeah, it was. I think it was definitely he. We did the blind seal first, and he had issues. And then we did the diner. It's like, oh, this is unplayable.
But I'm going to just restart my game because Oh, Valve hardware survey. Would you like to participate in the survey?
I hope they use those surveys usefully.
I hope you guys cannot hear the washing machine
My
that's
suit
going
just
on
got
in the
moved.
background.
I still need to make
what I'm going to do is I'm just going to do a quick restart because my game is like the quality is looking funky.
Good luck.
Okay.
So just a quick restart.
Oh, I should not be using the FSR. FSR stupid. Okay, okay.
The what?
The Fidelity FX Super Resolution thingy. I had it on performance.
Yeah, no, it's not supported unless you've got. It's not supported unless you've got a AMD card.
Yeah, I didn't
Oh.
know
It's like the
AMD
DLSS.
thing.
I have mine on ultra quality, and I'm just fine.
I have
Yes, but
NVIDIA.
are you a NVIDIA or are you a?
I got NVIDIA 3080.
Then that there is useless. It's doing nothing.
I see.
I have 1070. So I just turn it off and then have texture resolution on 8.
Wait, huh?
You what?
Did I just say it just here a 1070?
Yeah. It's good.
Damn, you're doing well.
It's good. I used to have a 1050 Ti.
Fender, what you got? I'm curious.
2060 Ti.
Oh, what?
So I've got the 12 gigabyte.
I just heard 60.
I had 60.
3060. Multiple sounds.
How do we...
V's got the 3070.
So how do I take... So my graphics card has 3 fans. How do I just take the segment under one fan and mail it to Fender, the segment under the other and mail it to Teal and then still use the third?
I can play Monster Hunter Wild with my 1070. It's fine.
That's why I'm saying they're doing well. I've seen some of the games that Tua was playing. It's like,
yeah.
Oh wow.
I mean, to be fair, before this 3080, I was using a 1080 from my brother that had also been from a crypto farm before he got it. And it did just fine so long as you underclocked it ever so slightly. So it's like, those they still truck along, and they still do quite a bit. Just now mine is gone from, you know, the old Ford 150 that keeps trucking along from 60 years ago to now a 350. That can
You're hearing 2 of me. How are you hearing 2 of me? I'm actually curious.
I am
Unless you've got Ixon stream up.
I'm only hearing one of you by muting you.
Mm-hmm.
Tira, do you have? Oh,
Do I have?
wait, what? Oh yeah,
Oh, because I
yeah.
rejoined.
You joined, and in the 3 seconds it took for me to go menu mute, Spectre's like, I hear Fender twice. Oh my goodness, terrible audio, unwatchable.
How could you not mute? How could you not mute within 3 seconds?
I'm I'm sorry. I'll be faster next time, Spectrum. I'm sorry.
Hi, Jiro. How goes the ghost hunting? How many ghosts have snapped your neck? None. We had a shake just now, and I was just walking around the house with 0 sanity, and it's fine.
So
Mostly because it's a
which
shade.
way do you want to go now?
Mm.
It's still surprisingly relevant. The only problem is that the 10 series and the old RX 400s and 500 ranges, the EOL, the game support for these cases. So let's just say some OSs can work around those issues.
Yeah.
I don't know. My PC is almost a decade old, and it's still working.
I'm
Yeah,
excited
no,
to be
I
able
was running a
to.
1050. No, 10. Was it the 1060 or 1050? It was one of those two, those type models, and it was working perfectly fine. Then upgraded to 1660, and it went burnt, and then upgraded to the 3060 Ti. So that way, I got
I
the 12 gigabyte.
I want to
Mm.
get a 480 at some point, just because it is such a huge level up from the 30 series. It's just like
If I was to look at any of those, I'd be looking at the 4090. But the biggest problem is, it would be better right now to look at building a new PC.
yeah, it's like one of those things where it's like if I were going like if I had the option, that is like I don't think like, I would ever really need like the 50 series. I think the 4080 or 4090 would be better. But also, it's like I'm trucking along perfectly fine right now. The issues I'm having is audio issues, which is completely different.
Press the ready button, Nixon. Let's go.
I got the map. We're going to another farmhouse?
Oh, that's the spooky farmhouse. I don't want to do the spooky farmhouse. I'm going Willow Street.
Well,
Okay, I'm going to Willow Street. How spooky? How spooky is spooky?
It is
the house
very,
is
very
literally in
creepy.
pieces.
Yeah, but it's literally a condemned falling to pieces house.
Oh, I mean, it could be a shade over there, and it's not spooky anymore.
Yes, but imagine it's a demon over there.
Oh fuck.
Yeah.
Hey,
Well, we
we're
have your
tier 1
crosses!
That's my
crucifix.
thought right now when I
Yeah.
just saw the crosses.
Kobo, why?
And the book. Let's go. That's how we play the game. I love it. And the
The
book.
breakers in the garage.
And the EMF. I love
You
this
got
game.
your first Cormos.
What's a Comos?
Is the Comos the one that goes through stuff? Or no, that's a different one, isn't it? Ghost. Comos. Oh, the Comos is blind.
Oh, that's an EMF 5 straight away.
Yo!
Oh my god, it's a shade. I cannot believe it. It's another shade. Hiya.
Where at?
I don't know.
It was pointing. So it was pointing that way. The Cormos is blind.
I'm blind.
We've encountered the Cormos once before. I remember not liking it so much.
This
Where
hallway is
somebody
a little
keeps
bit
turning this thing
cold.
off.
This hallway is like 5, 6. Yeah, it's here.
Cold breath here. Thank you.
Yee.
And
Look
temperature is dropping.
Look at my ancient EMF. So good.
I don't see any ghost orbs.
Shower turned on?
Keep an eye on the bathroom. They can hear you running 30 meters away.
Yeah. Oh, the day-in is also an interesting one because it actually gets more active the more you move.
It was EMF 2. We had EMF 5.
It came for a firelight, and I grabbed a bunch of other important stuff. Well done, me.
I want to talk to the ghost.
Make sure you turn the light off.
Why am I getting
Hello,
sniffly?
ghost. Are you friendly?
What?
There was a ghost event behind me.
Oh, I wasn't here with the thing. No.
Are you here? I saw you here just now, stupid ghost. Are you dumb? Are you here? Are you not dumb?
Let's taunt the ghost. Yes.
No, I'm not taunting
It used to be a feature. I do know it used to be a feature. You could taunt them.
I mean, whenever, like, if the spirit box actually listens to your words, it is still a feature. It just, you know, it does. The only way to do it is through the text currently because it's still broken.
Are you stupid, ghost? Are you blind? Are you Komos? Are you yokai? Do you wanna hunt me? Oh my god. Are you... It's deaf.
Ghost,
It
you wanna
cannot
hug
hear me.
me?
Maybe it's not the spirit box. It doesn't want to talk to me at all.
I've found sometimes just letting it, like, the box just sit and just keep going. It sometimes just recognizes something out of your voice and will just work.
This ghost is unfriendly. I cannot believe it.
Oh, interesting. So they added a sound to that now. Have the voice recorder on me.
Oh, hold on. No. Resume.
You probably did. You told me a lot of things, Sim.
I want bone.
But yeah, the light that says mic input has to light up white, and whenever you're doing it through text, it definitely lights up.
Okay,
white
freezing temps. Are you fucking with me?
Yay,
Shade.
freezing temps. Okay, there is. I'm not getting anything on the spirit box.
It's shade. Oh my god. Here, I have my ghost writing book down. My notepad, actually.
It's literally, we're just waiting for ghostwriting, but we'll have to probably leave. Like, get to the computer and be monitoring it, and we'll leave the house to see if it writes in the book.
But I wanna find
Also, you can
bones.
bring in salt to do UV.
It's not a demon. We can hunt it.
Dirt hound.
It blown away
There goes the firelight again.
I took it fast enough. Shit! I'm... EMF 5, I hear.
You can actually get a recording of the EMF 5 and a sound recorder.
I didn't have a sound recorder.
I don't like how you're holding that flashlight.
Who, me?
They're definitely holding it uniquely.
Yeah, so usually
kind of
when you
better.
hold something, your arm goes down, your elbow goes down. You're not. You're holding it with the elbow up.
Oh.
Ooh, what did we just get?
It's optimal.
No. You got an object thrown.
It could be. Have we found bone?
Yes, bone is found.
Wow.
Fire extinguisher recorded.
Do those in book.
So, freezing temps, EMF 5, EMF reading, bone, object thrown, fire extinguish. Wrong type of bone.
Lord, there's a bone.
I'm trying to find a cursed object, but I don't know what I'm looking for.
Capture a video of the ghost. Have fun.
Do you, Barklord, do you...
I said Barklord, wrong type of bone.
Ooh. What is that?
Do you like chewing on bones, Barklord? I'm curious.
I have this, but I don't know what this is.
A music box.
A music box? Can I play it?
Yep, that's the music box. Oh, fuck!
What? What? I'm
What?
running. Oh. What happened?
Hunting
Hello?
ghost! It's hunting!
Whoa!
Turn off your electronics.
No, you cannot see me. You cannot see me. Oh! Oh, it's a cursed object. Oh. I think my neck got
Oh,
snapped.
did you trigger a
Say
cursed hunt?
that as a dead.
I think my neck got snapped.
Yes, it did.
Wow. Oh my
And go
goodness.
pop.
Who knew the music box is a goddamn cursed object?
You're voluntarily, we got a video of
It's
the
a
ghost.
music. What do you mean it's a cursed object?
So
if you play that object, it causes the ghost to go to the music box.
Oh, wow. Who knew?
I know, right?
So where did you die?
In the garage.
Yeah. Once the music box is playing, Troy breaks it instantly, starting a cursed hunt. Oh, it's not like a hunt. It's What's the difference between hunt and a cursed hunt?
Hunts, you can, like, they go for a certain, only like 30 seconds. It's basically the ghost is wandering around the house. The cursed hunt, it's a minute long. They are guaranteed to, they're there to try and now kill you type thing.
Oh, so you cannot hide from them essentially. Or you have to
You
use
can
an
hide from
incense.
both of them, but one of them is shorter, the other one's longer, normally.
Yeah.
And on top of it, the cross can stop a hunt. Only the third tier cross can stop a cursed hunt. And it has to be in full condition.
See, I was right by the hiding spot and I got my neck snapped.
Yeah, you're probably just spotted. If you used it, the incense, you might have been able to get away from it, but the incense was in the room where the ghost was. Well, should have been.
Yeah.
I didn't have one with me. Oh yeah.
EMF, dead body, ghosts, freezing bones, hunting ghosts, objects thrown, fire extinguished. We haven't got any of that. We have a plate thrown.
Okay, that's Tira. I was like, oh, it's throwing something. No, that's Tira.
Yeah, it is. No, no, I didn't. I'm not doing anything.
Okay, so
Because I have a shorter grace period.
did it sound like it was getting faster when it was hunting you?
I don't know what's fast.
All hunts become cursed hunts after cursed hunt is triggered. Oh,
nice.
I actually didn't know that.
It's a shade. Don't worry about it.
That's news.
Wait, that? Oh, so okay, so it just makes it hard for everyone who is still alive.
I didn't do anything. I just listened to music and I died. Like that was a nice
Are you
music.
here? Can you say something? Do something. What are you? Where are you? How are you doing? What are you doing? Can you give us a response, please? Speak. Do something. Where are you? How are you?
I don't think.
Do you like fish?
I don't think it's that because I did it earlier and it gave me nothing. And I use a text system which guarantees that it actually asks.
That's an EMF 5. Dirty water in the sink.
Yes, Tira.
Nothing.
The funny thing is, I saw it on your stream. I couldn't actually see it on mine because for some reason it just wasn't materializing.
Okay, that's camera done.
As a ghost, I can sabotage the mission.
Throwing stuff up in there.
Salt. We haven't done salt.
Can I look?
Neither of you did salt.
No salt, no UV.
Also, average sanity is at 50, so you may want to take some meds.
Is that dirty water? I cannot see, but it might be.
It is dirty water. Already done it.
Stinky water.
Do we have a good flashlight, or we only have the shitty one?
Good flashlights inside on the counter.
I heard.
Here, do you
I
want?
can't apparently grab the other flashlight. Interesting.
You can't grab the flashlight that's in my hand?
It was... So it's still on the truck.
Ah.
That
Hold
was...
on. So if I come here and I throw this down here, can you see that?
I'm not there.
No, right here.
A gremlin. I am absolutely not.
Yes, no, I do see that now.
Okay, good, because I don't see where the flashlight is.
Thank you, Sorrow. Have a good night.
Oh, the big flashlight's here. Okay.
Something's telling me it's not the book.
I'm gonna turn the light on. Maybe it's because like gins are more active when the light's on.
What would that question be, Ion? Wah, wah, wah. I've been turned into a plushie.
Plushie?
Yeah.
I think I'm looking at two of the same person. I just realized.
Do you want a pocket fox for your season? A pocket fox? What do you mean?
Session, not season.
Oh, session?
Ah. Okay, Ixon's teleporting.
I'm not teleporting though. Back away.
So, like, you're actually teleporting.
Yeah, I see that on your screen. I'm not on mine. Ooh, there's UV on the light over here. We got UV.
Ultraviolet. Wait, so then that means it's a demon, isn't it?
No, it's a... What do you mean it's a demon? It's a djinn.
No, it is too.
Why is it not
What's
a
the
demon?
demon's one then? Cold temperatures... Isn't cold temperatures? I thought it was ultraviolet.
We have freezing temps, ultraviolet, and EMF 5.
What does Jin do?
Ultraviolet ghost writing's freezing temps.
Jinn, they pretend to
Oh, we
turn
didn't
the
get
breaker
ghost
off.
writing. Dark.
Oh, did you have ghostwriting marked down?
That is asking Ixon because he's the one that invited me to this.
I think in a
I'm fine with it.
It's tapped on the ghost. The stone.
I'm asking Tura because they're the one that initiated the whole Phasmo.
Oh.
If they wish to have an Ion in the voice call with us. Not in the game, just in the voice call.
Maybe next round something just for him not follow through. Oh. I feel mean, but I kind of want to have 3 people only for now.
Okay.
That's fine.
Later then.
Fine.
Ixon, follow the laws of physics right now, mister. So help me. I'll turn this house around. Nobody gets to go to the ghost in your world. Okay. No, Diora, do you have Jin marked down?
I do. I've been to in
Okay.
VRC Fishing World. Yeah, I remember that. That was with Ixon's Hangout.
Yeah. The impromptu 10-hour long hangout with 1 hour of warning.
It's okay, I'm always
Okay.
willing to hang out VR
I have
chat.
Jin mark.
I had Jin Mark too.
Me too.
Ready to
when you
leave?
are.
Yeah.
Yay.
Let's bring the cold valve back.
I have a plate.
I see. You enjoying the plate?
It's kind of crunchy.
You're sad you missed the past couple of VR hangouts? Yeah.
I'm probably gonna do one next upcoming month. Not that the upcoming month. That is the month we're currently in, but later in the year. Not like I know what I mean. There will be more. You're welcome to join for them.
You're casually throwing an active music box at a ghost. I still don't know that music box is a cursed object. I was like, I right-clicking it. Because I've been right-clicking everything that I got. It's like, oh, this is intractable. Grab it, right-click, does nothing. It's like, oh, okay. And then when I grab it, right-click, it plays some music. Like, ooh. And then Fenrir goes, oh shit, I don't know what's going on. I threw it down. I was like, oh. I go, ooh, and then the door locks. It's like, oh.
Trial by fire, learning what will kill you.
I don't know if Number's gonna have time, but I think I'm gonna try Far Far West tomorrow before AP if you want to join. I would actually be up for that.
Yo,
I just have to hope I'm awake. But I would be actually up for that.
Yo, I'd be down for Far Far West. I played it like twice, and it was gifted to me, so I feel bad for not playing it more.
I played a little bit of Far Far West only.
I saw you playing Warframe recently.
Yeah, been a little bit addicted to it.
That was an interesting because like I don't know what the game is about, but it's like one of those things where it's like it's not a name of a game I associate with kobolds, and then it's just like, oh yeah, Warframe, and I'm like, oh.
I mean, there's dragon
I've been
in the
playing
game.
Warframe
I've
for
been
a long
shown.
time now. I've been playing Warframe for as long as I could guarantee Deimos was in the game, but I've been playing it for just a bit more than before it came out.
Any game that requires some amount of strategy, I generally am not good at, and therefore don't play. So I don't know.
You don't need strategy for that game. You just need gun.
You just need,
just need gun.
You just need to flip and zip to victory.
Excuse me.
Most times it is that. There's some Warframes you don't even need to flip and zip. It's just literally, oh, I exist now.
Music box forces the ghost to sing. Was the ghost singing?
It's in the base.
Yeah. If you actually have some form of like recording going, you can actually hear it singing.
Oh, that's kind of cool. Oh, it's like a free video cam, photo cam, and sound recording thingy.
It gives all of them. Yes.
Wow.
That it triggers a curse whenever it just ends the music, right?
3
Or is
separate
that
ways
something
Yes.
to trigger
If it reaches the music box, if the music box breaks by dropping, but there's a bunch of things. Like the music box is a really good way and bad way of turning around and getting the ghost because it's got Cash 22 basically all over it.
It very rarely is just, oh, it plays music and nothing happens. That's like usually not a thing.
I forgot to bring my chopsticks.
I will say, if you give it to Sim, if you ever get to play this game with Sim, and you give it to Sim, you will most likely have everything in the game.
Ooh.
Because I think literally Sim can make it do what he wants.
Spawn.
Oh. Ooh, ghost orbs in the bathroom back here.
Then the fun part of Warframe, push buttons, receive
They've
slaughtered
changed-
enemies. Yeah.
Did they change this house?
Yes, they did. I can't. I am blind. Can someone open the door to the bedroom? Oh wait, is there lights? Lights. Okay.
I
This
have
room.
photo
It's in the
camera.
bathroom there.
Ha ha ha. Boom.
We must be in a very hot house because it's 11 degrees in here.
It's. What do you mean a hot house?
11?
Oh, what's it in here? It's.
Right, I
This is
forgot.
53 degrees. This is what I would consider cool.
12.
This is what
10.
Leg likes to live at. I'm gonna throw shade on her.
I will be freezing in 11 degrees.
Yeah, it is cold. If you think 11 degrees is hot, are you sure
Well,
you live in a
considering the
hot
game
place?
runs at normally max temperature is 20.
Ooh, I'm gonna find the
Sorry.
cursed object again.
We can, currently
If I can find
ghost
one.
orbs. However, the ghost reaches the box, manifests for 5 seconds by being close to it. The box will be is thrown while playing. You get cursed hunt. Multiple
Oh,
threes.
you
of the
could
ghost?
place things. I forgot you could. Oh, there was a grass noise. Okay, you could place things.
Oh, you can place it down?
I forgot.
Yo.
Like placing it, like placing crucifix. That's not blowing my eardrums at all.
Having a room at 11 degrees is strange. Yeah. That's why I'm saying the house is like, everything's quite hot. Normally I'm used to going into a room, it's like ghost room, give it like a minute, and it's like, no, it's already showing signs of dipping. No, it's not showing any signs of dipping. And I'm at the same time absolutely puzzled because I haven't seen salt be triggered yet. Normally,
Yeah.
anywhere that's a walkable area is like very, very likely to get salt trigger.
It makes me wonder if they somehow broke it in their hurry to fix everything
Okay,
else.
we're
Oh,
finally
standing
down
book.
to 4 degrees.
Ooh, did it throw something?
I have
I have
standing
heard
book.
some weird sounds.
Is that book thrown? No, because it's not closed.
No.
I put it like that. I'm the best.
Oh, it's on an adventure. It wants to be sideways. I see.
Oh, ultraviolet.
Yay! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I took my own foot.
So we got Obake, Kumars, Hunter, or Banshee.
It's Daniel, so not a banshee.
Oh, big.
Pretty sure you just saw the haunted mirror.
Hunted mirror?
Yeah, no, that is. Anyone got a camera?
I
Where
have a
at?
camera. Where's the mirror? Oh.
Oh.
Mirror.
You're looking into it. He's going crazy. I'm leaving the house.
What's it do?
I wasn't even looking into it.
It's really hard
Take
to
a
tell
picture.
because there's no animation from our side.
Where's the mirror?
It's on the ground.
The purple thing. Where did...
I'm-
Oh. It just... When you put it down, it disappeared on the screen. It just isn't there anymore.
It's just not there anymore.
You're throwing it through the
Can I borrow
ground.
the camera? Can I borrow the
You can
camera?
have the
Yeah,
camera.
Fender, you take a picture of it. You're just straight up yeeting it into the floor.
It's the oomph.
Bone EMF. Oh, we got double EMF. Deleting one EMF. So the bone has been taken. How did you take the bone and got the picture of the screens?
The picture of what? I got the bone.
What? Hold on. What? Where?
I'm seeing the bone.
You
What?
picked the bone up.
I did.
That's
The hunter mirror is just sold.
It just, yeah, for the haunted mirror for us, it's just a picture of the floor.
It's just so.
Wait, hold on. No, for Q, it's a picture of the floor. What's it? Mine is a picture
Ixon, you
of
see my
Kira.
screen?
Hold on.
Ixon, you
Yeah.
see my screen?
Oh, why is it that? Why is it a picture of the truck? Do you see what it is on mine?
I need to know. I'm going to Twitch.
This game is so broken.
I am going to Twitch.
I've got your screen up. What's the show for your screen? I actually have to know.
For the boat, it's I'm not sure what that is. There's like a piece of gray for like the bottom 2/3 of the picture, and there's like it's like the electronic equipment or something on the top third. For the haunted mirror, it just straight up a picture. It looks like from Kira's point of view at you.
Wait.
This works perfectly.
How did I take that picture? I'm the best.
This is a perfect game with no flaws whatsoever.
Yeah, this game is great. What are you saying? This game is no flaws. Oh. Did I just hear the ghost?
Oh, it's throwing things.
Oh, it's very angry?
EMF in the closet. Interesting.
What's that sound? Is that 5?
I wasn't watching.
It's 3.
Hold on, I need to... Where are you? Oh, it opened the door. I'm not getting anything for the spirit box. Oh! Hey, get a picture of that.
Where's my photo cam? Oh no, I got my photo cam.
So, one moment there, I was perfectly fine. Next moment, I just hear it. The ghosts go absolute insane.
I wanna get another photo cam.
It is still above freezing, which is weird because I think that
It's not freezing temps. It
Yeah,
can go down to 1 and just not go below 1.
Yeah, that would
If
be not a Hantu. EMF 5.
5?
It's an Obake.
Wait, you got a 5?
Yeah. Where's the
Finally.
camera? Do we have one?
Which one is
Oh.
5?
It's just stopped.
I hate this game.
Me too.
Just so you know, it can hunt.
Yeah, I'm going back out to the truck, so don't.
I can take a
I
picture
mean,
of the ghost.
it can. It already tried to hunt. Oh, it got the breaker. I did not like that.
Oh no.
Okay, so Tilra, you just lost like 5% of your sanity, just as a heads up. Whatever you did.
I did nothing. I just turned off my flashlight. What do you mean?
Oh, you're at 25 sanity.
How the fuck did it drop so low?
I don't know. You should probably come heal up or something.
I'll eat rocks. As a
Okay,
tree.
what do we got for video wise? We got ghost orbs, and that's it.
Oh, I actually want to play sound recorder. Yeah. I got my Boney sound recorder. Living room flickering endlessly?
Oh yeah, that's the bug I was having in the kitchen of the other room.
Oh.
It was just doing that constantly.
I want to break mirror.
What does it do if you break the mirror? Does it hunt?
It triggers the curse.
So if you look into the mirror, it tells you the location of the ghost.
Like, where is it currently?
Yeah. Just be warned, it's a cursed object.
Yeah,
Unfortunate-
it drains your sanity, and I think it can cause a cursed hunt.
Ooh.
Oh, one of the things we have to do is repel the ghost with incense. The other one is get a photo of the ghost.
The ghost seems
No,
pretty angry
thanks, I'm
at me.
good. Yeah.
it goes like for like a straight 2 seconds.
I'm trying to think of what to say. It just said instead.
Yeah. Thanks for blowing my eardrums.
Do we have more salt that you can put down so we can get it on camera?
Oh.
And get motion sensors in here too. If you're looking for the recordings.
I got the fire extinguisher.
I
That's
recorded
one.
the sound as well.
Oh, I missed the door. I missed the door closing. Wait, did it slam the door?
I don't know.
Cost 20 sanity and 7 per second for looking into the mirror shows the spooks.
So obviously if I break the... Can I break the mirror? Do I need like a hammer or something?
Well, if you wish to get recordings, it just walked in 2 salts just then. And just walked in another.
That's... Why am I not seeing that? Oh. Heck.
Sound recording doesn't do anything here. I'll find the hammer.
The, what's it? I had a thought. My thought's gone. Oh yeah, Sim, so question. I thought it was the Yuri that was able to, like, close doors completely. Oh, ghost! It wasn't hunting
Finally
ghost,
proof of the
so that's
ghost.
an event. Is that still the case that only Yuris can close doors completely, or has that been changed with the updates?
One of the dailies today is get a spirit box response.
Oh, I got 3 different sound recordings. Thanks.
Very nice. Fire extinguisher, paranormal whispers, and groaning.
Mirror breaks if a player looking into it reaches 0 sanity. So if I look at it instantly, I'm gonna break. It's gonna break.
Basically.
Yeah, it's gonna instantly break.
No, you would have 2 seconds of looking at the mirror.
Ooh. Repel the ghost with incense while it's chasing someone. Capture a photo of a ghost.
So Sim, is that? I don't know if I broke up or not. The oh there. I should just wait for the response. Yuri is the door talking to ghost still. It's just hard to tell them apart. The new ghost door interactions all ghosts can do. Interesting. What is the difference between the two?
Have you found what the ghost is yet?
Obake.
Oh, Obake, okay.
Obake.
Obake. Obake is what? Orb? Oh, okay.
Oh, it's a shape-shifting ghost.
Yeah.
Oh.
That means we could have got a picture of... Oh, yeah, no, there's still the handprint we can get, too.
Yeah. It's doing something.
Is it hunting? I don't know.
Maybe. All the cameras are fuzzy.
It might be hunting.
Open the door and the fucker was literally right there.
Oh, by the front door?
Yeah.
I was trying to track it down to get a video of it, and it just wasn't in any of them. I have a trail of them going from the room to the front door, and it just wasn't.
It's literally it just threw a picture at me as well. It's literally the definition.
Fuck
I'm
you.
not going in the house.
we have what we need. We can go.
It was just like, yeah, no, you're not coming into this fucking place.
Taylor, are you still provoking it?
I
Oh, you
took
just
a
burned the
picture.
crucifix.
Am I taunting it? No.
Yes, yes, you are. Don't lie.
What am I doing? I'm not doing anything.
You're getting yourself killed again.
Well, I mean, if Tilra has the incense on him and a lighter, all they have to do is wait till it starts hunting, throw the incense down, and run to a closet.
Yeah.
I suppose.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah,
I
yeah,
think
yeah.
Obake would be one of the few ghosts that would not be absolutely terrified about the way you hold the flashlight.
Oh, bake?
Oh,
It
there
hunted
goes the
again.
incense again.
You
Still
have
aim at
one
5?
more burn, and then it will hunt. I think. Either one more burn and then it will hunt, or it will just hunt.
I mean, I can let it hunt, it's fine.
Tilra, while
Yeah?
you're inside the house, I'm just going to throw a camera down, set it up somewhere in view of the cameras.
It's throwing
It's at the
things
door.
inside. I
There's
have a photo
a
cam.
motion sensor.
And I'll throw that in there so you can have incense. So there's a
Okay.
motion sensor here and a
It hunted again.
incense.
That was your last burn.
Alright,
Next
I'm
one
ready,
will
I'm ready.
hunt.
I'll stay at this angle. Like playing Counter-Strike.
That's good right there.
Oh, it's already chasing me down.
Door hasn't
Oh,
closed.
who lives in a bathroom right next to the closet? I don't know. I'm not good at this. Come up with a better one.
It's hunting.
Okay.
Oh. I recorded the hunting ghost.
What about shifting ghost?
Wait, why did it not record?
You stupid ghost,
Did it
I'm
not hit
here, I'm
100%?
here. I'm gonna take a
Oh,
picture
go
of you,
shape
dum-dum.
shift. Go shape shift. What, did that count?
It changed forms, yes.
Yeah, hey, it counted. We got $20. A unique one.
Capture
I
a
have
photo
been
of the
waiting-
ghost. We need a picture of the ghost.
Did I not take it? I thought I took it.
No, we're maxed out.
No.
We could delete one of the pictures, but it's only if you can guarantee 100% you're going to get it, type thing. Otherwise, repel the ghost with incense.
Oh, have I not repelled it? How many times can the incense be
Oh,
used?
Hura, do you have a lighter?
I do, yeah.
I don't think you got a lighter because that there doesn't look like it's been burned.
I have.
Okay, you got a lighter.
Yeah, but I
Oh.
used it.
The ghost orb is now in the main part of the bedroom.
So do I write?
Because it looks the same as this. Normally it has a reddish look when it's been burned.
I'm not looking at... You're holding nothing. You're just pointing at me with your thumb.
Good job.
Yeah, thank you. Wow, I did good. Holy hecky, you. The hunt ended the moment before tear. Oh, I got too pussy. Hiya. So, how many times can the incense be used?
Once.
Once.
Fuck. I'll bring one more. I guess I'm not trying to take a picture of it anymore.
I can't get a recording of it killing you there, Finra.
Well, you see, I'm not trying to die.
All of the crucifies are done, and it's moved to being in this room instead of in the bathroom.
If I go in, it's so going to hunt because I'm
Wait,
0%.
so it's in this room?
Yeah, it moved
Is it-
to in this room.
So it's in the bedroom. I thought it was in the lounge room.
Can I go in?
No. There's ghost orbs in the bedroom. Because it was in the bathroom, and then after the hunt, it moved to not the bathroom.
Well,
It's
it's hunting. Do you
it's
have an
hunting.
instinct?
There it goes. Oh, it is shape-shifting. Oh my goodness. It's going back and forth down the hallway. It's still going. It's in the bedroom.
I'm spamming the front door.
It's going out the hallway.
I'm causing distraction.
What? And it
I
lights
open up the
out.
door.
It's done.
Oh. I literally walked up to it. The door was right next to me of the like where the safe spot was, so I just like lit it, turned around, jumped straight in and closed the doors and just crashed. I just went, okay, now we stay quiet.
And so it's like, oh yep, it's coming from there. That's where I thought it would.
Whoa, Fenrir did it. Oh my god, I didn't do it.
Evidence to go. Okay, there you go. Y'all
Some,
have it marked down?
some lockpicks? A bundle of dynamites? I can work with that.
Obake.
The ghosts are after
Okay.
your LAN cables. Corsham, don't eat the LAN cables. I mean, dynamite would unlock a door.
It would.
You are correct.
Yeah.
I usually would opt for C4 because you can push it into the actual keyhole. I got an extra $500. Yay!
200 money.
Dot's video camera and thermometer upgrades are now available.
We were at Tanglewood. Have we been to Ridgeview?
Ridgefield is the one that has upstairs, downstairs. Ridgefield is the one that you can hide behind the fridge.
Fridge. I want to see the broken fridge again. Wait, no, broken fridge is at the
The Berlazio had the broken fridge. This is just the fridge that you can hide behind, that the ghost just can't see you in. And all of their balancing and bug fixing and patching, they've still kept that in.
Kobo is so cool.
Let's go.
Yeah. Hi, Annie. I should drink water.
Water! Sim, you're right. They're so cute. Breakers in the basement.
I don't think I've ever seen it anywhere. Actually, no, that is a lie. I've seen it one. Why is that corner glowing green?
Green?
Huh. I don't think I've seen that before. What happens when we turn the light on there, on that desk?
Is this a ghost room?
No.
I'm outside though. It's fine. Oh, it's snowing. Okay, makes sense. You know what? I've never seen snow before.
I was on.
Yay! This corner?
Truly terrible time at Entrocon.
Oh, that's the cursed mirror right there.
Sorry, Annie.
Oh, it is.
It is.
That's why it's glowing.
I hope.
Okay, it's in a mirror, bathroom somewhere.
Okay, check the bathrooms.
Looking at how this room's got tiles, I'd say that actually it's got a high probability of being this one. 7.3.
Where are you at? That one down there. The one thing I do like, I like that they have the temperature scale is local. So like I can pick up the same device and it says on mine it says it in Fahrenheit.
Hmm?
I would laugh if that
I
was the
found
door
it.
locking just now.
It's upstairs bathroom. It's super angry. It's throwing stuff at me and shit.
Wait, where?
Upstairs bathroom.
So it's the other bathroom.
Yeah.
Check the
It's
other
at
bathroom.
it's at
It's the only thing I hate
0.2.
about this building. There's 2 bathrooms.
I'm
And
putting
the temperature of the
down
place is still
book.
setting.
Where are
There's
you? Wait, where are
stinky
you at?
water. Upstairs bathroom. This one.
Oh, you're over here.
Yeah. Oh, is that
The
two
opposite
bathroom?
end of the house. Yeah, there's 2 bathrooms in the house.
Ah, there is.
Oh,
Okay.
Hey,
Let
you
me move the
checked.
food supplies over.
You did what we need.
Yeah.
Is bug that the ghost doesn't see you behind the fridge?
I was waiting for temperature drops.
It's very unlikely the ghost will go far enough into the kitchen to see you there. Oh.
Okay, I'm gonna throw the book down. I'm not opening it for now.
You have 3 out in the hallway.
Active ghost.
$36, $38.
Two on that floor, 2 bathroom downstairs.
Oh, I just heard it do the spirit ball thing.
It just kicked the lights.
Is it twins? Surely not.
Could actually be. Oh, there's an already in hotel, right?
Yo! Oh my goodness!
Oh,
That
wow,
I almost knocked over my kettle.
Thank you for the follow.
Thank you, Silver. I'm hunting
Well,
ghosts
thank you for
with
the follow.
Minecraft graphics. Okay, I'm gonna stay here so I don't die, I hope. Actually, I'm gonna go off the house.
And welcome.
Thank you, Gabriel. Hi, Silver. Why are you drawing, Silver? Huh? Alright, let me do this.
Hello, and welcome.
Met the white Donna? I don't know what this, but hey, thank you. Here, let me do this real quick. Also, hi everyone from the raid. Drawing soft stuff? Good. I mean, I thought you were always drawing sus stuff. Okay. Bye, Silver. Thanks for raid. Also, welcome in everyone from the raid. I'm Tiara. I'm playing a ghost game with Ixen Dragon and Fenrir.
Wait, that's a book.
Yeah, we have a book writing.
Me.
I don't have a camera.
I have a camera. I'm coming.
We have 3 cameras. We could just leave it in, like, whoever gets there first leaves it in the room.
Ooh. I took a picture of my knee. Don't worry
Putting
about
the
it.
UV down there.
That's a ghost writing, but that's my knee. Okay. And the stinky
I didn't
water.
even see the book on your screen.
It is definitely over here.
Yeah.
It's cold.
Also, if
Why
any of
is
you
it-
need post-stream care, definitely go do them. It's very important. Is it hunting?
No, ghost event.
It's humming.
No, it's ghost event. I'm looking at it. I didn't mean to take it again. I found a shadow ghost.
It did move.
Yeah, that's what I said. I think it moved into this room. This is a very movie ghost.
Hate it when they keep on moving. You can put salt on the doorways to turn around and prevent it from at least moving once.
I'm going downstairs to the safety of the truck because I bought all the equipment and I don't want to die.
I found one. Hopefully the bone is not the screen anymore.
You're at 16% sanity.
How the fuck? I'm not doing anything.
Are you standing in the dark very often?
Yeah, no.
Yes.
I'm gonna be
I've been
lurking.
watching you do exactly that.
Need some sleep right now. Have a good rest of stream. Thank you, Gabriel. Have a good sleep. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, my sanity is... Oh, could it be Phantom? Oh no, it's not because I took a picture of it.
Oh yeah, did you... Let me see.
Okay, ultraviolet, cross off.
As a no or yes?
No.
Okay, yeah.
Should I eat rocks? If it goes as needy? It's not as needy as this bolt. Uh-huh. I'm gonna eat rocks.
I am leaving.
I am putting in cameras.
I have my
And
sound
now I'm
recorder.
leaving.
Do we have
I'm
sound
going to
recorder?
leave. I'm leaving. I am exiting. There we go. Sapphira, hello.
Hi,
How's it
Dragon.
going? I'm Pendigrin.
We don't have the ghost yet, right?
No, we don't.
If the
Well, I
ghost...
was going to try and do a recording because there was something saying evidence there, but Ixon's got to control the screen.
Oh, my bad. I
Ghost
didn't
is
realize.
downstairs. Ghost is downstairs.
So we have ghost
Object
riding.
Oh, I missed the object thrown.
We have not seen a ghost orb, and ultraviolet is a negative as well. So we got a shade, a spirit, a morai, a Diogen, and an Aswag. Shade is crossed off because it's way too active. Diogen's, if it hunts, we'll have to wait till it hunts. Gray, how you doing?
Has it been turning lights off?
Yes, yes, it has.
That could be a mirage or a mare.
Meh.
Mare. We don't have Mare on the list.
Ghost riding cross out orbs. I forgot to do that.
Yeah.
Let's see. Aswang Dio.
Every time I
Give
check
up
out
the
this game,
spirit.
the changes makes it nearly unrecognized. I cannot read. But yeah,
Freezing.
I'm freezing outside of the house. Oh, it's snowing. That makes sense.
The spirit box is the least useful evidence because it only knocks out Aswang.
But we could use the spirit box.
Yes, it is an option.
Hey, Brother Zama, how you doing?
I'm
Breakfast
going
and
in.
sunshine. Today is a good day.
Yay,
Nice.
Sama!
Just going to throw this out. Wow.
There is a camera down by the wrong door, the wrong bathroom, if we want to move that somewhere.
Hello
I just
recorded
realized
something.
and welcome.
Brother Zama,
both
thank
spirit
you.
boxes are still here.
Yeah, yes they are.
Okay, I'm going to use that. Risk it for the biscuit.
I'm in the house.
That's why I said risk it for the biscuit.
Because my sanity is 0, question mark?
Your sanity is a lot lower than everyone else's.
I have incense on. Well, I should probably leave for now.
Are you here? Can you say something? Do something. What are you doing? Say something. Where are you? How are you?
Can you move the camera to a spot that can actually see the room?
Are we?
I kind of just tossed it in when I put it in originally.
Are we? A woo? Are you there? How are you? What are you doing? Give us a response. The mic is white. Mic input. Are you French?
Are you French?
Let's see what chat say. I'm thriving. It's like 20 degrees. I'll trade.
Hello, housekeeping.
I don't know why, but I'm extra tired today. That is something I'm even in the same box of.
The Are You French?
My body just feels extra fatigued today.
So the ghost will respond if you say "Are you friendly?" The ghost can have a chance to be angry, and when you say "Are you French?" the translation thing can sometimes pick that up as "Are you friendly?"
Oh.
Are you French?
Oh,
emphasis on ch.
I couldn't see anything. That camera is literally useless.
I could go in and it could hunt.
I have.
I turn around and actually yelled it out. Are you French? And next minute I just hear a level growl just go for the entire period of time looking for the incense.
That is exactly why I don't say that.
Maybe they are French.
Door moved. We got a video. I'm gonna move the cameras.
Successful reading on the EMF reader. Oh, have I not take a picture of the EMF reader?
Check out the ghost is French. Okay, which one of the ghosts is a French name?
Actually, we haven't looked at that. It's Stephen. So we don't.
Asian name.
So, fun fact: it is actually worth paying attention to the names because if it's a female name, some ghosts are available. If it's a male name, some ghosts are not. For instance, you can't have if it's a male, you cannot have Banshee.
I know there's if
That's
it's
one
male,
of the guys that you know straight off.
You can't have Banshee or Diana.
That's it. You have the other one. I know there was two ghosts.
Yeah, I heard that there's a new one that can't be male, but that can only be male, but I don't know. Or no, I don't think it can only. It's like if it's a strong likelihood for it to be.
How funny would it be if I just like step into the doorstep and then it hunts immediately?
I have the video camera going. I think Finder would not like that.
Honestly, just do it. I'm actually looking for the coast. Oh wait, it was the mirror, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
Oh, there goes the
breaker broke.
Yeah. I'm right now going down to the breaker because we need the breaker on. Why is that one corner there just like it's like Cthulhu level?
Do you not have the night vision, Finner?
No, I hate night vision.
Okay, fair enough. Do you want me to remove one of them? So you, actually, no, there is one of them is removed. You can add one that isn't night vision.
I use them.
Why is your incense flashing around in your hand?
Why is it spinning? I'm trying to figure the same thing out.
Isn't spinning good?
Hello.
Oh, I thought the ghost is trying to draw a pee-pee. Ninja Fox, thank you.
Oh, it's back in the bathroom.
Oh gosh, dang it.
And Fenrir is at 0 sanity.
The cross broke. Fuck.
Average is at 30.
I thought you were at like 80 something.
I was.
Not anymore, apparently.
So if it hunts, we can figure out what it is because if you do an instant and it takes 3 minutes, to hunt again, it's a spirit. If it knows exactly where you are, it's a Deogen, and then if it sees you, it gets faster, it's an Aswang.
Ah, I'm going in with Fenrir then.
Oh, it
Welcome
burned
to
the
the club.
crucifix.
It's
That's
angry.
fast because it just did it. Just duly note it is going to be cursed state.
Oh, because you destroyed the object.
The mirror is broken now.
Yeah.
Oh,
It tripped the power.
yeah.
Isn't that a cursed hunt thing?
Oh no. It's on.
Wait, it's back in the bathroom, but it's
Hunting.
hunting. Okay, it hunted from the bathroom. I don't have any cameras downstairs.
Did it stop hunting?
No, it's upstairs.
Yikey beaky, get out of here.
It's on the stairs. It is going slow. Wait, it's stuck on the. No, it's going back up.
So it's not Diogen. They don't know where we are.
Mm.
Yeah, we can cross out a Diogen. I think it is done.
Yeah, the
It's
lights
done.
out.
I was able to turn the lights on.
Okay.
Okay, so that crosses Diogen straight off the list. To be honest, I'm going with Aswag.
It was kind of fast when it found me.
It sounded really fast when it started coming down those stairs.
Yeah.
That's why I just immediately triggered the incense and ran.
And then when it saw me,
hold on, real quick.
it like fucking ocean boat right at me.
Morai, I think does Morai get faster when you get less sane, or does it just get stronger? Like hunt more?
Check the Morais, they suffer from hypersomnia, weakening. The weaker the victim, the stronger the Morai becomes.
Maybe it's not Morai?
So Morais are risen from the grave that drain energy from the living. They are being known to place curses on the victim. The only those moving very far away. So it's not that one because we would have had no sanity.
That's what I was thinking. As we said, it's dots, and we haven't gotten dots.
It was super duper fast though. What else could go super duper fast?
Okay, so we need to check for freezing temps. But the problem is the fucker keeps on moving rooms.
It gets cold very quickly, so I'm thinking that freezing is probably an option.
But then it's snowing outside.
If it is, it would fall. If we got freezing temps, it would be immediately the one thing we're thinking.
Shade?
No, it's not a shade.
Dots would also be it. Trouble is, I don't got no cameras. Well, I have 4 cameras, but none of them are in that room.
We have no sanity.
Oh yeah, no, that's the biggest problem. We have none.
Yeah.
Should we bet on an Aswang then?
I already have it circled.
Yeah, me too.
Me too. So we want to bet on it and turn around and leave?
Yeah, I'll bet on it. I'll bet on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have it circled.
Yep.
I clicked it. If you're really brave, you could do the incredibly risky Aswang test.
It was a Morai.
Oh shit, I'm bad. Thought it was ocean bolting at me.
What was the incredibly risky Aswang test?
Did it chase you?
Yeah, because
See, I haven't gotten to play with Sims since I've added the new guys. So.
the description is a lot like the Revenant, which is basically if it sees you, you better hide very quickly because it will outrun you. I was trying to find where the ghost journal is, and I almost hit leave.
I mean, that was active. It keeps changing rooms.
Ain't kidding. That was the part that got me more is like, what room is this thing picking?
Which one is it that places a curse on you?
That
More?
one that we had.
The Morai?
Yeah.
That could be why
Which,
Kira's sanity
if it
was
was
so
to
low.
be anyone, I'd probably say it actually probably cursed Tilra.
Yeah, because that would explain Kira's absurdly low sanity other times. God, that's the thing. It's like it's an obvious sign in retrospect, but in the moment, it's like I completely find it.
I mean, I was standing in the dark a lot. How would I know that I got cursed? There wasn't any sign.
The Azwang cannot kill you if you are in an official hiding place, even if it knows you are there. If it tries, the hunt instantly ends.
That's... What's an
Really?
official hiding place?
The closets, presumably.
Oh. Oh, the intended way of hiding. Ah.
Yeah, not the fridge.
So what you're saying is, I could have just trapped myself in the freaking cupboard and turn around and use the cursed mirror, break the mirror, cause the cursed hunt, and it would turn around and just go, nah, fuck it.
It's like, oh.
Noted. That is our strategy.
We could just open up the lights inside a closet. Any hiding links that can be blocked off or removed by difficulty?
Yeah,
So any
for like
cupboard,
the closet. They,
or where it spots those crates.
Oh.
yeah.
We haven't done Edgefield. We're gonna do all the houses? Or are you guys still okay
We
with
can if
doing
you
one?
want to.
I'm going
Or all
Edgefield.
of them. We must do all of them.
Yeah.
Oh, I misclicked. Nope. Go back to Fenrir's stream, please. He's useful. Thank you.
I cannot replace the crucifix with my chopsticks.
Good.
Raid all
I
the
don't want you
houses
to.
for guys.
I want the chopsticks.
No. They have a smaller radius. They only have one burn, and they don't prevent against cursed hunts.
Yeah, that's why they are chopsticks. They're
If
delicious.
you do that, I will never enter the house ever.
But they're delicious.
Don't eat them.
They are meant to be eaten by a kobold. Or multiple.
No.
Let's go before something insane happens.
Garage.
If an Aswang fails to kill a player that way, it will know where that player is at the start of the next hunt and have no grace period. Actually, what's a grace period? Does it dance around?
Basically, think of it as so if a hunt fails, you'll have like a 30-second window before it starts its next hunt.
Oh, so if it fails,
That's
it
a
can...
grace period.
And welcome.
If it fails,
It
it
can
can do it...
start that straight away.
Oh, that's fucked up. Bark Lord, thank you.
Barky Doodle.
Wow. A kobold can bark too, I think. Yeah.
I forgot the night vision. Rush.
Right.
Barklord needs a snoop boop.
Boopity boop boop boop.
Oh my god, the rest of the map can actually run at about 60 FPS. I'm so happy.
Lights are on.
That's it. It's just that one map.
Yeah.
Reno. Yes. Suffer the wrath of the boops. It's actually funny. I booted Luna one day, and she turned around and she just licked a snoot,
There's not a
and then
grace
booted her
period.
again.
The grace period is a few
We'll
seconds
have a grace
at
period
the
of normally like
start-
5 minutes,
at the start of
but
the
I think
hunt,
it's.
where the ghost can't move or kill.
Oh,
Oh, that's the grace period.
oh, it's
Oh, so we
the-
start in the game mode that normally we don't have that anyway. Which I'm still waiting for the day we get killed by a demon.
It could happen then.
I've already had that like 3 times. I don't like it.
There's an achievement for getting killed straight away. In the first minute or 5 minutes.
Did we break the breaker? We broke the breaker.
Yeah, the breaker's dead.
Too much light.
It's in the garage. Garage.
So far, no EMF going on.
The bone is in the kids' room.
Yay, bone.
I don't have photo camera.
Me either.
I'll go grab it.
Me either.
Oh, it's here. Well, it's showing signs that's here in the hallway. 6 degrees. 7 degrees.
No Orby-doos.
I'm gonna steal bones. Before the Bark Lord can get it.
I worry because I'm probably making bark all night.
For default difficulty starting with amateur is 5, 4, 3, 2, 2.
Every time I turn this fucking room on!
Fenrir is cursed. Where's the breaker? A dragon seducer?
It's in the garage.
Are you a
Breaker's
Kobo?
in the garage.
Are you here? Can you say something? Do something. What are you? Where are you? How are you? Your phone vibrating. Do you speak French?
There's a pentagram.
Are you friendly?
Pentagram in the...
In the basement?
Are you here?
Yeah.
Can you do something? Say something. Where are you? How are you?
Oh, it blew out the light.
I got the breaker back on.
Do that.
Are the bones definitely the red ones? Why the red ones?
You know way too much about this game. It just means that you enjoy the game.
Yeah.
Yes.
There's nothing wrong with that.
I know a significant amount about this, and I wouldn't even say I know too much. I just know a significant amount.
We still get into arguments about things.
I want to find the music box again, but it's a pentagram.
It doesn't help that they keep changing things about it. Or keep changing things. They were changing a thing frequently during the duration until they settled on something.
Porix, the Star Seeker, how you doing? How was Star
Yo,
Fox?
it's Corix. Hello. How was the Foxy Doos?
Heck yeah.
Actually, probably better to say, was he still doing it? Oh, we. Yep, he was. How was it? Werewolf art thou?
The ghost
hear
laughs
you
at
there.
me.
Who? Why are you hiding EMF under a shoe? It's
Oh my God.
just 2.
I'm never listening to the recording again. It blows my eardrums every time.
Oh. We're all at 50 sanity.
Till we found a guitar.
I didn't know I
Yeah,
could interact
it
with the
exists.
guitar.
It's not bad being 10 years since the last game, maybe. Right to make a remake / port this. You could blame me for the raid message. My brain is something.
Did I just saw banana on pizza?
Or
Ooh.
Your sanity is like not good.
Nah, it's
It
good.
can definitely start to hunt.
Ultraviolet.
Wait,
Yay!
picture. Fuck, I might be too late. No, I took it. I'm the best, actually. Burn crucifix?
Well done.
EMF? No, I
Somebody
failed.
could have said that the Wait, why did the burn crucifix just delete?
Crucifix burned.
Oh, hey, the crucifix burned because I told you that it can hunt, and you just continue to ignore it.
No, it's fine.
So how's Phasma going for all? I
Why
was
is-
tossed up on who to raid. Ultimately chose you. I thank you for the raid. It's a thing. The game is more broken than what it was last time I played it, and it wasn't even that bad last time. But this time it's like,
Yeah.
Why is Ixon's sanity low?
Because I was walking around in the dark.
Did you?
I
Joe
assume.
Kemper. Okay, so that's Banshee off the list, and
Cleanse the area near the ghost using incense?
yeah, so you use the incense while in the same room as it.
Escape the ghost during a hunt. Does it count if it chases us and then use the Oh, it's already ticked.
You don't have ghost orbs, so I'm doubting that it's a mimic.
Ew, Mimo.
EMF 5.
Oh, EMF 5.
Yo.
Where's the EMF? I want to take a picture of it.
Okay, Gorio, Galu, Janobake, Myling. Has
In the
it
summer
turned the
court.
breaker off, or has it only been us?
I could
No,
state
where's
that the
Tony?
past couple of times it was digital flick. Is it worth the standalone when it's like bloody $80 CND for the physical copy? It only costs you $50 here, honestly, cheaper than expected to make it, and maybe it's the full worth price given how much it's just the same game. Does seem the case. I think they wanted to do with the Zero, but Zero failed miserably. Yeah, if it's 85 Ion, it's most likely going to be 85 to $100 here. No, I'm not going to see any worth in that.
Yep. We escape a hunt. The ghost is see a player during a hunt and failed to kill anyone. Oh, that's kind of spicy.
Two videos of a team member escape the ghost. The only way I can think of escaping the ghost on this map is turning around and letting it come down the stairs.
Do we have an incense?
Yeah, we do. They're on the floor in the house.
I want it. I want to use the summoning circle. It's very active though.
The only
Okay, what are we
real
looking
purpose,
at?
the only real purpose I see for the summoning circle is if we already have full sanity, we can make it to where the ghost will be visible in there, so we can get a picture of it. But that's only if we already have full sanity, because it takes 25 of your sanity to light each candle.
Okay, I do know we can cross Gallo off because it hasn't hunted at all yet. Digital is less, but a lot of people don't trust going down that road. They're pretty high for the retro games with a shiny paint job.
It's tried to hunt.
If you want the physical cartridge.
It has tried to hunt.
It's a green.
Yeah. Wee woo.
Yes, but for instance, has it triggered? It's triggered other salts. It's not a gallow. Gallows become wraiths, like a wraith when they step in the first salt.
Ooh, see, I didn't know that. That's good to know.
I'm eating rocks.
On top of it, the crucifix would have not been as effective.
Yeah, I've encountered one where the gallow just straight up it just hunted straight through the crucifix. It spawned on top of it
because they ignore it. It's because they have the ability to ignore it.
They are absolutely terrified. I do not like them.
Yeah.
The
Neither.
Oreo recently has been you wait like 20-30 minutes and then you finally get a dots, which is very annoying. But it is but like it has to be seen through the cameras. It has to be like, oh, like people aren't in the room, and then as of the last few updates, you have to just wait for like 30 minutes, and then oh hey look, there's a there's dots.
The breaker's back.
Yay!
Okay, now that we've recovered sanity to a extent of functionality.
When in range, the crucifix's range gets nerfed by the Galu. When weakened, it works from further away.
Yeah, I know when weakened, like the crucifix affects it like it does a demon, but it's like whenever it's stronger, it is terrifying.
I have no idea what the ghost is. I mean,
We have currently we have EMF and ultraviolet, and there is no ghost orb, which leaves Goryo, Galu, Jin, and Myling. So that's what we're debating.
morning. Morning.
Be mindful of turning on lights, because if it turns off the breaker, then it can't be a Jin.
Ooh, with a light that's constantly flickering. Oh my god.
Oh no, not the flickering light bug.
It's almost every hunt. Oh, me is doing it.
Ooh, I got that.
I
What did
didn't.
that say?
I didn't take a record. Oh, it was in
What?
front
What?
of me.
It did. The loading circle happened, and then it just didn't record.
It's
What
way
the
too
heck?
short. It only happened for like 0.1 seconds.
Okay, recorded the fire extinguish.
The ghost is telling me to get out.
They do that sometimes.
Wanted to tease you.
Oh, well, I think I shall duck out and, like, instead, take care. Have a great time, Corix. And thank you for bringing your community over here. Yes.
Have a
Oh.
good
Have a
one,
good
Corey.
night. Corey's friend.
You remember you're amazing.
No, you get out.
And do take care.
Hello, Mr. Ghost. This is your eviction notice. If you do not comply, you will receive an exorcism notice.
Okay.
Why is my sanity low but
Seeing
Fenrir's
that,
season?
I'm going to cross off freezing temperatures.
Wait, your sanity's low, but Fenrir's isn't?
Look.
Oh, it is.
I really ramped mine up.
Oh, okay.
But I was staying in the light most of the time as well. Your sanity is low because it passed directly through you. That's a thing?
Oh, yeah, the closer, when it does a ghost event, the closer you get to it, the longer you look at it, and all those things make it drop your sanity further.
Take it to Myling.
Ooh, what I get? Gosh dang it with the fire extinguish.
Sorry.
Uh,
I was out.
let's see.
I don't think I can get back in. It's kind of spicy.
What's that sanity at?
35.
You're 76. Tio's I'm at 55. Interesting. I don't like the
Okay,
mining.
motion sensor has been put in there. So we need a ghost writing for the mailing. It's a spirit box, it's a gallows, and dots. It's
Joe Kemper, what a name.
that's what I wanted.
Why is it not? Oh, oops! Gosh dang it! Record that. Did we get it? Object thrown.
Like
Okay, we got object
flickering.
thrown. Cool.
Why do I get forever like flickering?
Sweet, we got more dots.
Is the light
Why did
flickering like client side?
the dots flicker?
If I interact with the CCTV camera,
What?
the lights aren't flickering anymore.
Yo, oh, is it because they're off?
No,
And we're
like
watching through night
even when the
vision?
lights are off, it shows light flickering on my end.
Oh yeah, that was the light flickering bug I was getting in the Bladesdale farmhouse.
Can I take
You're
a
seeing what
video
I
of
was
that?
seeing. No, it has to like the light flickering is a video we can get if it's the actual time that it happens. If
No.
it's a bug like this, it doesn't count.
Oh,
It is absolutely tragic. Shadow Ghost. Where was that? Why did that not record? It did the whole circle and it said Shadow Ghost.
I think it's inside his board.
let me check. Motion sensed, object thrown, and fire extinguished.
Yeah, I saw a Shadow Ghost. Ooh, it burned a crucifix back there.
When Fenrir is at 57%,
Ooh, I'm also low. That does put you guys in danger.
See, it's a group average. So if you're like at 0 and me and Nixon still at 50, that still will like go below.
oh, it
Yeah,
counts
which
the
means it will definitely.
average.
Ooh, it's doing a thing.
I could bring the incense.
Check
Yes.
the camera, see if that picture I got was. Ah, yeah, burned crucifix. It worked.
When it hunts, I can help you with incense, if possible. I can direct the firepower.
See, I'm willing to cross dots off.
Why is that not recorded? It was right there in plain view. Why did that not record it? Oh my goodness! It burned the crucifix upstairs, and the cameras aren't recording them.
Break us back up.
Not in the 3 requirements. Have a member escape the ghost hunt during a hunt.
I'm in the house.
Mm-hmm.
Is it hunting? No, okay.
No, not yet.
Just
We'll be
slam the door in front of me.
Now it's hunting.
Oh, yep, now it's hunting. Hunting ghost. It's trapped at the top of the stairs.
There's
Oh,
a
now it's
hiding
going
room.
down. I think it ran into the salt, is what happened. It is... Yeah, it ran into the salt down there. It's now going down towards the basement. It's out of my line of sight. Oh, it's coming back. It is going upstairs. It is coming back downstairs.
We
Oh.
did it.
Is it done? I think it's done.
Wow.
Just hunt. That's the question. Yep, it spotted one of us.
I was looking directly
We
at
can
it, but
leave.
it was pretty slow.
Yep.
What's the ghost?
Oh, do we know what the ghost is?
Nope.
I'm
willing to throw it at a myling.
What is a myling? It's ultraviolet EMF and
mainly because of how noisy it's being.
But noisy.
Yeah.
It's myling.
It is being very, very noisy.
Is
When it
smiling
was
not
hunting or
supposed
just
to be noisy?
ambiently?
It was laughing while it was hunting. But I think that's because we were close proximity to it.
They're supposed to be where you just can't hear them when you're a very short distance away. So, like, from where I'm standing to the end of the truck should be about where you can't hear the myling. The trouble is when it goes up and down between stairs, it glitches and makes it to where you can hear it the whole time.
Oh no.
And we were hearing it the whole time because it was going up and down the fucking stairs.
It went downstairs to us.
The trouble is it's also been
then went back
behaving
up.
like a Goryo. And the trouble is that the Goryo is the thing. It's super hard to get because it waits until like way too long to finally happen.
Did you have UV and ghost writing?
We haven't gotten ghost writing. That's the biggest problem. We don't have ghost writing.
We don't have ghost writing. We don't have dots. We don't have UV. Wait, no. We do have UV. We don't have freezing temps or anything.
I guess the ghost is a professional.
The ghost is the professional here.
Mining test with flashlight?
Oh, it's hunting.
How?
It went downstairs. Watch out.
Oh, I'm dead.
I
walked right into it.
I said it went downstairs.
I hear neck getting snapped. Oh no.
Yeah, you said that as I was going downstairs.
I saw the ghost hunting. I said it's hunting. It's going downstairs.
You said it
and
right
then
at
I
the
saw
last
you.
second.
No, I said that, and then you swung around the corner and headed down the stairs.
Yes, you forget delay.
What do you mean delay? The delay of you going around the camera after I say it?
No, Discord delay. I'm above 200.
Of the worst
Gosh,
maps to
dang it.
mining test with flashlight. What is a mining test with flashlight?
I don't know.
I have a flashlight on me.
There's the stairs now have legs.
I say we just call it a miling.
You can call it a myling. I will call it a Goryo, and we'll just because I'd rather at least someone in the call be right. We'll just split our guesses.
It
They were a
looked at me,
fish.
it was really slow. Do we have any evidence crossed down?
So we have EMF, we have ultraviolet, there is no ghost orbs. Has it thrown the book?
Nope.
Okay, so we
Otherwise, I
can't
would have
cross
said
out.
it would no book.
Yeah, so it hasn't thrown the book, so it could still be ghostwriting. We haven't gotten any responses from the spirit box, but it's been a buggy, so we can't cross that off. The dots takes absolutely forever if it is a Goryo, so it could still be dots.
It's not freezing?
I don't
Not
know.
freezing, no.
No,
I crossed
okay.
freezing off because I sat there and monitored it for like a good few minutes, just sitting there watching it, and it kept on bouncing off of one.
Fair
you go.
enough. Doesn't feel like Goryo. Could it be?
So Goryo, to me, this feels exactly like a Goryo. That's why I'm saying it. The trouble is, a Myling and a Goryo feel very, very close to each other.
I've got Myling in.
I'll go Myling.
Okay, I'll go Goryo and split up the votes, and maybe, hopefully, one of us will be right. It turned the lamp on. Is there a particular ghost that, like between Myling and Goryo and Jin, is there one that can't do that?
I wouldn't have a clue. I keep on saying it's one thing, and then people say it's another.
We split the vote.
I'm gonna default this Sim. Sim, what do you think it is? You're the expert here. I ain't got no lick of dots the entire time I'm watching. It's turned the light switch on a couple times.
The thing is, so as I said, there's been laughter all this time. Like you'll just be there and you'll just hear the ghost.
Myling
Nothing
sing.
seen, just you'll keep hearing it.
Myling sing though, don't they? Or is that an old thing?
I'm not gonna do mining test. Didn't they mention that when they go down the stairs, the footsteps gets like bugged?
So that is the thing, is that sometimes whenever you're on a different
I
floor,
can state
sometimes
this.
the Myling you can hear
I
it.
can state this. I heard nothing when I ran to the stairs.
When
Okay, if you heard nothing, that tells me that Myling is a high possibility, because you're like, oh, we
And
heard
I
it the
can
entire time. It's like,
because when I ran to the stairs, I thought I saw Tilra going down the stairs. Because it was literally a blink of a moment.
ooh, I'm willing to go mining. You've been
yeah,
watching.
that's the issue. You can't have anyone for Goryo dots. Singing's not a thing anymore. Okay.
I
And
did.
Shade will not sing on events. I didn't know that.
I don't know if
Yeah, because I knew that
recording
singing used to be a thing, but I wasn't sure if it had changed.
mining test is easy. Not on this map apparently. There's too many staircases. I'm
Yeah,
just
the simple
Okay.
fact that it's bugged between floors sometimes means that the test is just simply unreliable most of the time.
gonna go with mining and go next. I think we go
Okay.
next, right?
Yeah.
There's light
Look on the
flickering.
keyboard.
Yeah. I have mining circled.
Just in case, I'm gonna go with Goryo,
That
and
works.
I'll let you guys go with Myling.
I play Apocalypse 3 on all maps. Good on ya. I don't.
Yeah, we don't.
the matter of
Sorry.
fact is, yeah, the matter of fact is I don't.
I
We
played
don't.
Nightmare on a couple of maps with Sim.
See, I kind of like Nightmare because it's like, oh, there's like you'd have to go off of what the ghosts do, but the trouble is they've added so many ghosts that it's hard to keep
It's a
track.
Goryo. There you go.
Ooh.
Hey, okay. Yeah, see, the thing that you're saying, like, you didn't hear it when you're rounding the corner and walked right into it. That is absolutely something that when you said that, I was like, ooh, that actually means it probably is a Myling. And it was like,
And I never did.
yeah, it's like,
Didn't
it's just,
hear it, but it kept on hearing laughter. And it kept on being little girl laughter.
I don't think Mylings need to be little girl laughter. A glitch. Yeah, it's just this is the part that's painful because it's broken.
You don't count as up or downstairs till you hit a landing? Oh, like when we only on the I don't know what I want to say.
Oh, so Sim, so it could have been that he didn't hear it because it was just on the stairs.
You know what we could do though?
I see, I see.
We could run it back.
I'm down.
We
I'm
could
down to
run
run
it
it back.
Hello.
Hi, Nina.
Nina. Running it back.
It would be funny if it's a demon.
To be honest, I
The
think I'd be more
maximum
comfortable
irony.
with the demon.
I didn't even look at what I earned. I should have. I'm. Ugh.
Message from Sappho. We love the kitty.
Sappho, where's the in the garage
Yeah.
again?
We love kitty.
Is that the cursed mirror? I don't know.
Step through the door. Demon. Bowling pin stuck zone. I got the breaker.
Yay, breaker!
Hiding spot in garage.
Hooray!
Hi, Roxas.
It's in the same room as the bone.
Oh, it is?
Why does it keep turning? Every time I throw something out of my inventory, it just defaults to turning it off.
That's with the latest update.
I'm hating it. I liked it when the stuff would stay on.
Yeah, me too.
Me too. Oh, me three, actually.
Where are you, upstairs?
Yeah, upstairs in the bathroom. It's too
Ooh, hold on.
degrees in
It
here.
saw something. What did it see? Oh, what is it looking at? Hold on. What is it seeing? Ghost orbs. That's what it's seeing over there. And it turned
I know
on
it's
that
one of those two bathrooms because I used the cursed mirror.
It's the ghost orbs are above this tub.
EMF tool.
They're
But
right
the
over
fun
here.
fact is, that room's the one with the 1 degree.
You love to move around a lot. Have you considered scanning
Yeah,
around
it's
with black light?
34.
Like the UV lights?
Yeah, the UV light, yeah. That
could
might be
try
a
doing
good
that.
thing for you to have. Honestly.
I like to move around because I'm dumb.
Remember, you're at 60%.
Yeah, I used the mirror and I couldn't drop it.
Oh, okay. That would do it.
I have the double light.
Do, 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 do.
Sitting still is difficult, I know.
I hear the book getting written in.
I have a photo cam.
Where?
Here.
Oh, there.
I took
We
it.
have book over right there.
Heck yeah.
Check that for ultraviolet.
Which one?
0. I checked all 3.
Oh, yeah.
It's right
Still above freezing.
I guess UV is none.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm. So you can cross it off the list.
The game is somehow running worse on this map. No.
That's odd.
Yeah, it's like 30 FPS for me. Have we found the bone yet?
Yes,
Yeah.
bones found.
Hmm.
And the cursed objects found.
What's the curse? Oh, mirror.
Mirror, yeah.
Mirror, mirror on the wall.
The bone for me is just a wall. I love how these things it gets. They changed it since? Used to be prints only last like 20 seconds. Oh.
Haunted mirror, EMF, ghost writing bone.
Hmm?
It
Gets a lot of water noises.
I turned on this one again.
I want the sound
No
recorded.
UV.
Ixon, use the spirit box.
Okay.
Is
Where are you?
average 67 fine?
Old. Where are you? How old are you? Are you friendly?
Gonna need a rock.
Where are you? And I'm getting nothing for each of these. I mean, by nothing, it's doing the no response. Okay, that sounds important.
It's a 3.
Okay.
I already got a picture of it.
You are the way where you were positioned. You were just straight up sitting on the toilet.
Oh. Picture's done.
Oh, the lighter's in my left hand, and so
And
is
you
the
said there's
light for the
ghost orb,
book.
isn't there? Oh!
I got a floating pin on my
Oh
arm.
my god, there's a
Interesting.
jump scare and a half. What the hell?
What is?
The
How
paranormal
old are
talking.
you? How old are you? A wee, a woo. Can you say something? Do something. Where are you? Do something. Are you French? Are you friendly?
Where's the camera that's facing that? Oh, you're holding it, aren't you?
It's in my pocket, yeah.
It's really hard to watch things when it's in your pocket.
Pocket Kim.
Ghost orb is still in that room.
If you answer the ghost is gay, hi Lex.
That's a good question. Is the ghost gay?
Is the ghost gay? Are you gay?
I'm recording this.
Are you here? How old are you?
I mean, it didn't hunt when you asked
Oh.
if it was gay. Ooh,
It slammed the door.
that what was that?
That's a ghost event.
Door moved.
I recorded the ghost event noise.
Yay!
Wow, big money.
Ooh, Dot's ghost. It said Dot's ghost. I couldn't see it because you were in the way, but it said Dot's ghost.
Nice. I'm too thick because I was recording a laughing noise. Yay,
So it's a bay. I wondered that. Stay in its room.
That's 3 sounds.
This will be
recorded.
why it hasn't hunted at all. Yep,
Yeah.
there it is. I just witnessed the dots. If you stay in the room, it weakens the ghost.
Oh.
Can you record it with the camera? Because I can't see it for long enough. Or put the camera in a better spot out of your pocket.
So this camera's recording at 23 frames a second.
What is
That
this?
isn't that movie standard?
24 is your normal tick rate.
Oh, I think it's 23. Yeah, 24 sounds a lot more of the standard tick rate.
What if I put a book down?
24. It's 24 ticks a second normally. You can have a function at a higher rate. It's got to be.
If you turn the light on, your sanity will survive better.
But I want Ghost to be active Ghost.
Well, then you're standing in its room to make it not active.
All right, I have
I
toilet
literally
book.
just witnessed the Ghost event. Whoa.
There's a toilet book.
Like, if we stand out of the room,
I turn on the light here. I turn off the light here.
the light's still on.
The bedroom.
Oh.
This one.
The Ghost orb's in this room.
Yeah. It's interacting with that room and with the bathroom on the other side of that wall. Oh.
Oh yeah, I have 3 sound recording already. Get out of here.
The pocket, safe space, naps further in Dragon's pocket. You know what, Legs? That's valid.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, Fenrir, you're now standing in the ghost room. The ghost orb is right there. Ooh. Translucent. Okay. Not hunting.
At least I moved the crucifix in here.
Yeah, that's a good thing. I'm proud of you. Good job.
So what else did we want with this Ghost?
Average sanity below 25%.
For that to happen, one of us has to go fucking insane.
I could.
Just pick up the mirror. Just make sure you're ready to go for a hiding spot. Or be in a hiding spot.
Oh,
That's all you
yeah.
have to do.
I'll be in a hiding spot. I'll have an incense with me just in case.
So you gotta pick up the mirror.
Where's the mirror? Oh,
Downstairs.
I found the mirror.
Yep, be careful.
And then I right click it.
Find a hiding spot. Use it outside of the hiding spot. And then get into the hiding spot.
Okay. Once you're out, I'll
If
do
you
it.
use it, if you use it while you're in the hiding spot, it will know exactly where you are.
Oh, okay. Alright, I'm using it and I'm gonna hide. No, okay?
Yeah.
Whoa, I'm seeing the light.
There's the orb.
Hey, Ixon.
Yeah.
I'm mad at
We need
again.
you to go insane.
Gosh damn it.
Is it not enough?
Nope.
How can Nixon go insane?
By where is there a valid hiding spot somewhere
Garage.
close by?
I love how you're just literally just walking and you're not even walking. You're just sliding.
I am so done with this that I don't even have an animation. I'm
hunt is
going to
not done
hide in
yet.
the garage with a kobold.
Is the hunt done?
It's not.
Yeah, it would have probably burned the crucifix.
Oh. We should turn off the light so that we can go insane, no?
I'm in
Yes.
the locker, so I'm going insane.
Oh, that works?
Turn the
There we
light
go.
off.
Is it hunting yet?
There you go. You can now leave.
Okay.
Yay, I have an insane just in case. Hunt. Oh.
Is it hunting?
It's hunting.
Oh, it actually fucking is.
Why did you do this?
I was wondering why, because I pulled the door and it felt like the door just closed really quickly. I was like, oh. Wait, I can't move the door. Fuck.
Ah, stupid
Oh,
ghost.
that's hilarious. It
Oh,
looks
is it
like it's
done?
upstairs.
It's not done. It's done. It's done.
Is it?
Yeah.
Watch says my sanity's at.
It is. It's done.
Okay.
Ixon says
Okay.
my
That
10k
was
is on the
funny.
line.
My watch says that I had 74 BPM. It did not feel like it.
Oh, hi again, Sappho. So it's tired?
It's a they.
They.
It's a say them.
Tired. I have it circled. See, we ran it back. We ran it back and I burned the
Oh, we-
incense and
Yay! We
smelled
won
good.
this time.
Easy. Easy. Easy clap. Easy clap. So easy. I got an achievement.
Yay! They get.
Prepared some jobs for you.
Well, what is this? Perfect investigation bonus?
So if you get everything perfect, like all the perks, like so you got 5 of each of the categories. You got 3 unique sounds, and on top of it, you completed the 3 quests. It's classed as a perfect investigation,
Oh, that's so much money.
and so you get a bonus.
I got like 1588 money.
Mm-hmm.
Yay!
It encourages you to do them a lot more.
It's if it's like oh we only have 3 pictures currently and that's it. It's gonna be like a eh. But if it's like we need like 2 sounds and that's it. Then it's usually a yeah, let's go for it.
Oh. I like recording sound, like the tier 3, it's pretty easy to use.
I know, right?
The
I
tier
love it.
1 the tier 1 I've been using is like, oh, I have to spin around in
Say
circle to find it.
a noon boonery. No, non-boonery. I
Non-boon.
can speech, I promise.
Say a damn.
Say Thayam.
You speak. Ow.
Me speech? Nah.
Yep, I don't speak hard. Yep.
Oh my god. The we so what are the I watch generic Purple Protogen sometimes, and I found that when you just include a yip randomly in a message, he will just say yip, like yip mid whatever, and it is so funny because he gets upset that he's doing it because he's basically gotten himself clicker trained on saying yip, and it upsets him.
We love a heckin' yipper. Have we done campsite yet? No, right?
I don't think we have specifically. I have. I don't think we have.
But are you guys okay with going more, or is it like very late over there?
Perfectly fine if you want to.
What time is it? It's 4. I usually have been super duper tired, but I'm not tired, so let's do one. A yip trained brute. Yeah, he is literally a yip trained brute.
Oh, I see a green on Grafton. +1.
Uh,
It's a shade, don't worry.
Yeah, no. I don't wish to do Grafton.
Oh, no Grafton?
I mean, Grafton isn't a campsite. You were saying campsite.
Do we do campsite? Is
I am down to cause chaos and confusion.
cause
I'd
chaos
say
at...
throw one on the campsite, and we could turn around let the game pick.
Oh
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
We can do 1-1-1. Oh wait, we're going camp? We must.
I'm voting campsite.
Oh,
We go camp, random, and Neil's diner. Let's go.
Nell's Diner. Mm.
Yo, I'm good. I'm down for this. Let's do
Yeah,
this.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, the game
He got
knows.
camp.
Yay!
The game wants me to go camp.
We've arrived. Check the equipment and get set up before investigating. Whoever was here must have summoned the ghost with a curse object. Investigate it. But
Generators were. Oh, is it?
know what it's capable.
Why is this hanging off of the wall?
What is hanging off?
It's-
Oh,
The dots.
it's normal. It's very
It's-
normal.
It's fine. It's
Yeah.
perfectly fine.
Yeah, that's how dots are supposed to be. What we're talking about. Yeah, look at Lex. Lex amazing. Heck, it's
Legs
Buddha.
is amazing. 15 out of 10. Highly recommend.
Yeah, highly recommend. It's raining.
Hmm.
EMF.
I found the
Yeah.
skull.
No ghost orb yet. Plop that there.
EMF was having me spin around here. What the heck?
Oh, let me turn the thing on.
Ixon is the anomaly.
Oh, it is on. Okay.
This just adds to the terror because I'm hearing that sound that you hear when you turn around. You go to. Oh, it's the Ouija board.
Luigi?
Yes, we have the Ouija board.
Oh my god, I never used Luigi board before.
I saw 42. I did not.
I only witnessed one EMF and then never again. EMF... EMF in the kitchen? Did we open up all the lights here for the fire?
Let me turn the fire on.
Is this like fire hazard? How do I turn it off? Oh, okay.
Oh, I turned them on because they act as a light source.
Oh,
It's 40. It's 37 over here.
that's hard.
I got cold breath.
Oh, it is actually 3 degrees here. Yeah. Actually, I would think this is actually probably the first time this has ever happened here.
I've had it here once before.
Do we even have a hiding spot in this map?
Yeah, there is. It's over there. It's the Eskies at next to the tent.
XV?
Eskies.
This is a
Okay.
tiny tent. And fish brekkie?
It turned the. It blew out the firelight.
EMF. How do I know EMF? How much? Is this EMF 5? No, right?
If you're using the
yeah.
strong ones,
Do you see the black bars?
Yeah.
That's EMF 5. There's 5 of them.
What? It has been EMF 5 all this time.
but it's not showing anything for me.
It's gone.
Where do you put the dots at? Where is it coming from? Coming from that side. I go over here. That's not how I do that.
The Luigi board is dancing.
That is a 5. AMF 5.
I heard skip the stompy feet. Oh, is there? I don't see. Yeah, I don't see. it.
No.
Between a young
Ooh, I heard that.
Box.
The first spirit box.
Wow.
Yay! And it
Being
can
cross
be
ultraviolet off.
totally. Oh, it can't be a wraith.
Step on salt again.
I don't know.
When the
Fish.
Luigi board and the thermometer is dancing.
Fishing for Becky.
Oh, the ghost is laughing at us. It's so rude.
Okay, I'm now on the camera, so now you can put salt down and I can record it being stepped in.
If you bring us more salt, yeah.
I have a photo cam.
Somebody got banned on my side. Apparently there's been a bot spam detected. Oh, freezing temps.
Oh, we found a ghost.
Yay! It's the twins!
When?
Does anybody have a camera?
I do. You want
Can
it?
I borrow it for a minute?
Okay.
Yes, please. It was right.
Oh, I'll pick it up again.
Can't see camera. Okay, try picking it up and see if I can grab it before it falls to the ground.
Okay. 3, 2, 1, throw.
What if you throw it onto a table?
Oh, table. Yeah, table.
Oh, that worked.
Oh, table. Nice.
EMF reading. We've got the Ouija board. The bone is over here.
Paranormal talking, EMF5 reading, and nothing. I got 3 sounds. Heck yeah.
We have 3 videos so far. We could do a, we could put down a salt and get a motion sensor and get the last 2 easily.
Motion sensor. Which one is the salt?
The
Black
salt
bottle.
This
is
one?
the black bottle. Motion sensors are at the top left.
So, where do I put the motion sensor?
I need one more picture.
If you put it like in the middle of the salts area, like you have the grouping of them, just put it in the middle there.
Okay.
Yep, there you go. Now, okay, we got one. Go ahead, and pick it back up. It just immediately triggered.
Where do I put the salt? Near the motion sensor?
Yes. Go ahead and move this motion
anywhere in
so you
that-
don't get multiples of them.
Okay. Anybody looking at my screen?
I can't. Okay, we got a triangle formation going on. Very, very nice.
The
It's
tent
we
from
got-
has
two of them.
turned green.
On delete the motion sense before it touches the salt again. Delete the
Delete.
motion sense.
Motion sense. Delete. Oh, okay.
Done. It's done. Turn that fucker off.
Yeah.
Oh, there it goes.
And I think we got that one. Let me check. Yep, got them all. All the videos.
Wow.
Okay, I just need a picture of something.
Object
drawing this
thrown,
one?
does that count?
EMF
No,
reading?
see, with camera,
Oh, EMF
already
reading,
got it.
okay.
Did you get a picture of the temps?
Got the bone, I've got the Ouija board, I've got the EMF reading, I've got the freezing temps.
Ah, you do. Okay. What was the last evidence? Oh, a spirit box. You can't get a picture of a spirit box.
Oh.
No, you can't. Well, we're done.
Yay!
Why is my
Oh.
sanity always so low?
Bone crucifix. I
Yeah,
love how
that's
I
valid.
said that, and it happened.
Detected paranormal sound with parabolic microphone? Ooh, I want to do that.
The twins.
Oh yeah, there's a parabolic microphone.
I ate rock. I'm ready to go. It's detecting the Luigi board dancing.
Tira, I stand over here, so that way I'm near a fire to keep my sanity up, and also I can cover almost the whole room.
Oh. I'm only hearing Luigi board dancing. Oh, I hear it.
was
It's
that?
laughing, yeah.
Yeah, we got one. Okay, cool. We got it.
Yay!
Who's the truck?
Mwahahahaha.
Lovely little excursion.
That was fine.
And we finally completed the daily. Yippee!
Nice.
Yay!
I'm eating all the rocks. Mm.
Nom nom nom. I like
Okay,
so
ready
like,
to go?
yeah, I like in the first person you eat the things and you throw it. In third person you just you just are holding the meds and then you just drop them. You just like let go and it goes down.
It's like Toy Story.
Yay!
I don't want to
Why
play
did
with you anymore.
Phasmo. My game has been not on Phasmo for some reason.
Whoa. 1600 money? I'm rich too? Oh my god.
Yeah.
Wee.
How much money do I have? I have 16,000.
Yo, 200 more and you'll be able. Wait, 16,000? Oh yeah, you are 16,000. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So the loadout I have. Oh, I just realized that my digits are wrong. I've been thinking, oh, like the loadout is like $1,800, and I only have 29,000. That means I can only do like one of my loadouts. No, I can do like 20 of my loadouts because it is an extra digit off. I
I was
was
about
so
to say,
concerned.
like, me running full max tier stuff when I was going just previous prestige, it was only costing me 3k if I turned around and lost. Like, I
Yeah,
died. It was like between 2 and 3k.
yeah. I was thinking it was like, oh yeah, like because I saw the 18 and then my brain's like, oh yeah, that's in the thousand, so it must be 18,000. And 18,000 out of 29,000 is a big number, but no, it's 1,800 out of 29,000.
Very big number.
I am smart.
It's okay, I couldn't count too.
Silly jargon.
That is true. We both got it incorrect.
So we do high school? No, no high school.
The funny thing is, the other campsite, the Maple Lodge, I have never survived it.
Oh no.
Oh, I've survived that one many a times. I just hate how big it is.
It has 28 rooms and 3 staircase? How?
3 stories. There is actually a house on the place.
Oh. We do random? Okay, I'm down.
Or
I'm down.
whatever this comes of.
Yeah.
Whinge about it, when it throws us in.
I will complain the whole time, I assure you.
Oh, are we
Oh,
good?
this one's not that bad. Given what it could have chosen.
Hey, I have never lived this map.
Do what I do and watch the truck, and then send the Kobo then, and you'll be fine. Let's see.
Kobo will be fine, yeah.
4, 5, 6. Okay, the breaker's on the 6th floor. The bedroom.
Ooh, I love this map. Yeah, 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 yeah. The most important part of the map. Nice.
Thank you, Legs.
Legs is awesome. I freaking love that spider. You mean so
Spooter
much to me.
amazing.
I'm gonna rush looking for orbs and go up to the breaker.
Okay. I'm just gonna run
My
around and
snoot.
hopefully I can get an EMF. That looks like a hiding spot.
Lights are on.
Yay. I'm gonna turn on all the lights so they breaks.
No. Oh, ghost orbs in this bedroom.
Fuck.
Yep.
Is Booper will snoot. Very Booper will snoot. It's also a plushie.
Very Popo ghost hunting group.
Boopa goal.
Booga
Oh, hey, the bone's up here too.
Wow.
The bone's over there.
This is fresh.
We found this bone. Yeah, that's for my dog.
Dog.
This is
Wait, I'm the dog here.
dog.
I'm the yipper.
Yep.
I can yip. I'm the Kobo that
Did we find a cursed object?
No.
Oh, no, not yet. I don't think.
Nice.
I love it.
We need to do that. It's important.
Yes, the ritual must be complete.
Yeah. I'm bringing photo cam and sound recorder.
I'm gonna bring up another camera.
I don't have UV.
A dots and a UV.
Ooh, bright.
I don't know what song he's playing. I'm not familiar with it, but it is an interesting and nice jazzy song. Oh, did you break the breaker? Or did the ghost break the breaker?
No, I did.
Oh, okay.
And stinky.
Zoom. I'm thinking about changing my blue. I'm not entirely sure what to, but I'm thinking of changing it.
This is the bathroom.
The thermometers are
That's a waste of
dancing.
toilet paper.
Are you here? Can you say something? Do something? Where are you? What are you? How are you? Speak. Give us a warning. Give us a sign.
Ruff, ruff. Oh wait, sorry, my bad.
Way.
1 degree in here. We're going cold.
Yay! Oh goodness.
Freezing temperatures is a yes.
Yay.
Oh, and ghost riding.
Oh,
Oh my god.
it's a revenant. Okay, those are the ones that can track you down, or that can that will be faster than you.
And
so
it's
I'm going to
music box.
I'm going to the truck now.
What do we have? We have...
Do you have a camera on you?
Yeah. I'll
Oh.
throw it to the... Okay.
I was like, oh yeah, wait, no, I have the UV on me, but no, we already found the evidences that you don't need the UV.
I recorded something.
Own ghost riding music box. Apparently my ghost riding was nothing. That's another book writing.
So, Revenant Spooky?
Freezing temps.
Revenants are, when they're hunting, they are slow, and then when they see you, they just book it. They will
Oh.
chase you down.
Spooky.
EMF reading. It's done.
I'm looking for sound. It's not exactly making any sound for me. Wow, gosh diggity dang, that's a laugh and a half.
What?
That's a big laugh. This ghost is happy.
Okay, going to activate the music box.
It's going to be difficult to get videos.
What is this sound? Oh, music box. I recorded music box? What's going on? Oh,
I win.
it's singing. Oh, I recorded it singing, and then the crucifix just burned in front of me.
And I captured on video.
I didn't know what was going on, but the singing was right on top of me.
It was in the room.
Yeah.
It would have been trying to figure out where I was going with the music box as I was spiraling down the building.
Oh, that's why I can record the sound. Well, I did get 3 sounds, so yeah.
Well, hydrate. Will do.
I'm running out though.
Say I was using the music box. Capture a photo of the ghost.
I feel how they treat it.
I actually hear the ghost singing. That was crazy. But I didn't see the ghost though. It was just singing, but I don't see
No,
what
you gotta be in a
materializing.
certain distance from the ghost with the music box.
Oh,
If I was in a certain distance of it, you would have been able to see it.
oh my god. It's so loud, holy shit.
That's a
Wait,
duplicate object thrown. Stop recording the thrown objects.
You made... Good God.
It literally just threw like 3 objects in a row, and the video game was like, "Oh, chapter 1, chapter 2." I'm like, no, we already have those. What don't we have? We don't have
Oh, Henry has no sanity.
motion sense, and we don't have firelight or.
That is actually cool.
Oh, it's singing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it was singing right on top of me. I just recorded it.
One of the sounds I do know you can get for the music box is it sounds like David Jones' Locker. The one from that one.
Ooh.
Interesting. Also, oh yeah, Could you do the music box? That's why you're at 0.
Oh, right. What do we need to do still?
We're missing 2 videos. Because it keeps trying to throw objects instead of doing anything productive.
Anything else that we can...
I mean,
think-
we can do disturbed salt, we can do firelight, and we can do motion sense.
Okay.
Those will all qualify as a unique video.
I brought firelight, I brought
I have
salt.
recovered my sanity to 90%.
Yay! Now we're not in danger.
I'm gonna eat 1 rock as well. I hope it's
Okay.
not too wasteful. 68.
No, you'll be fine. It does 30%.
Oh.
Yeah, we're on professional, so it does less sanity.
Oh, I'm being... Oh my god.
Uh-oh.
Hi, Plaguebringer.
Uh-oh. I'm crashing.
Oh, I can run forever.
You can, I can't.
Someone's gonna have to be on the things, because my game just crashed entirely.
On the thing of what? Oh, Ixon's gone.
You're gonna have to be on the cameras to record it.
Oh, we got no power.
Gosh dang it. I alt tabbed over to Fenrir's thing while my game is firing back up, and all I see is a black screen because you refuse to have the night vision.
Oh.
I hate night vision. Never have liked it.
It's not very good from a watching sort of perspective, though. Oh my god, Marvik! Yo, get some
It is a
whimsy up.
Tatum.
Yo,
You're up late.
Hi, how is it going, Marvik? How is everything? Get some whimsy, nerd? What do you mean get some whimsy? You get some whimsy. Marvik.
Motion sense.
Marvik, if you all aren't following him,
capture
you
it?
should do
Yeah.
so.
Hey.
He's a phenomenal creature. He does streams far more often than he has the physical health to be able to do so. He will stream while he's sick, and we need to stop him. He doesn't have nearly enough whimsy. He has never played Haste, to my knowledge.
Marvik friend.
Marvik has never played Phasmophobia with a fursuit head on either, which also means that he has almost negative whimsy, honestly.
It recorded door move, I think. But not the ghost question mark?
Let me go ahead. and
Ghost,
get
I
that
recorded
going.
I just got
Alright.
it. Okay.
Also, Plague, hello there. How's it going? I play Kingdom... Marvin, Kingdom Hearts isn't full whimsy. Kingdom Hearts is only partial whimsy.
This sucks, is we need a picture of the ghost for the last part of the
It
list.
is, the Kingdom Hearts is at best Disney whimsy.
And escape the hunt.
A goldfish. One of my last. Oh, where is it? There, one of my
That's so
last.
Escape a hunt.
goldfish.
I would not be able to escape a hunt here.
My sanity is pretty high. Our sanity is really high. Should we finish this one and then we can let Ixon join?
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, I think we can do that. Yeah. I have Revenant circled.
See?
Go. Must burn all the incense. Mmm.
Yes. Pat the scooter.
Good achievement.
How is Durg? Durg is doing fantastic. We've had the hottest week ever, and I have had the most amount of magical searching throughout all of it. I have learned several. Yes, war crimes. I have made an entire train. And then I have somehow managed to fully successfully procrastinate doing several things like art and also wood turning and other things.
Oh, I got tier 2 stuff.
We.
Photo cam,
Time to
ghost
start
writing
unlocking
book,
it.
and spirit box.
Oh yeah.
Ixon is here.
Mm-hmm.
War crimes of war. If you I suppose.
If you will.
Wait, is it me that's doing the war crimes, or is it the ghosts that are doing the war crimes?
I don't know if I should be happy or concerned.
Oh yeah, and packing. That's another thing that I should be doing but have been putting off.
Game packing for what?
10-day only. Bro. I need to make you to where you can speak to Tiora and Finra again, so they can hear your plea for war crimes.
We wanna random again?
I'm wearing a fursuit head.
Oh. Can you see?
For the first, how many? For the first 5.5 minutes, I will probably be useless.
That's fine. Let's go.
Yeah. It's okay. Ready.
Off we go.
Oh, I have to start. Okay.
Yeah.
Start the game already.
I said
Where the
that
fuck are we going?
Sunny Meadows restricted? What is that?
Corsham, I literally don't have that. I cannot give you what I do not have. Where are we? Oh gosh, dang it.
Oh, we're at the mental hospital.
No. Oh, I have to remute Finver.
Double weeble.
Hear that? I'm getting muted.
Level 1 thermal? Wait, I have level 1 things. Oh, is it because
Yeah,
I'm the
because
host?
you're in charge of it. It forces you to have one of each, and so it's forcing you to have the lowest tier things. Because the tier that you have set, which seems to be the lower tier.
Oh, so we have one chopstick?
That one's max chopsticks because Ixon put it all in.
Yeah. Let me grab that. I don't know where the breaker is back. I don't know where back. Are we on the full map or the restricted map?
It says restricted. I never been here before.
Okay.
Oh, it's in the courtyard. I didn't know it could be in the courtyard.
How do we get to the
It's the restricted one.
Oh my god, that's so loud. Oh!
I don't think I've actually been in the courtyard in this map.
It's okay, we will ring this for 5 minutes.
Wait, I can't pick anything up? Wait, hold on. Margaret Downies instead of uppies.
Downies?
Okay, Margaret, get over here. I gotta
Hello,
suplex
darkness, my best friend.
Is this a summoning circle?
We'll start the thing. It was. We have 7 more minutes of that.
Oh,
I'm just gonna go out in the truck and
it's
just
a tiny
watch
ghost.
some other. Here, hold on. Video camera right there.
EMF 5.
EMF 5? Where at?
How room?
Which room?
Room where it's very cult-like. I don't know how to explain it.
We're in the church.
Church, yeah.
Oh,
But
you're.
it's not
You
really a
say
church
cult?
though. It's like soul demon. Is it hunting?
Okay, so I'm not allowed to pick up any items, so I'm just gonna put down the items that I have. Uh-oh. Demon! Out!
Oh,
out.
demon. Downies mean
Okay,
steppies.
I'm not gonna be picking up anything else.
It's
So that
not
way
the
I can
book.
comply.
Can't be ghost riding. Thank you, tarot cards.
Oh, my
So
senti
what's
is
out here?
dead.
Can't be writing. Let's see. Out demon! Out demon! I have a gun with 1 bullet.
A gun with 1 bullet.
Did you turn the power on?
Jessica.
Oh my god,
I
Ixon is
never
so
got there. Because I couldn't find my way to the courtyard.
I have a
I'm wearing a
recorded.
fursuit head right now, just to be clear.
I don't think I've seen your fursuit head.
It doesn't have very much fur. It has like actual fursuit grade eyes, and it's like one of those plastic dinosaur raptor masks from Jurassic World. And it is my fursuit because I don't have much fur because I'm a dragon.
Yeah. I still wanna see. Oh,
I have no idea what to even look for. And I can't bring
Look at the
anything
map.
in.
Tell me if I'm about to get to the courtyard.
Okay, let me come over here. Where's your dot? I have no idea where your dot is. I can't. What color are you?
a gun with 1
Power
bullet.
is live.
Okay, hold on. I can see your dot from there, can
Hi, Queenie.
It is a greenie.
I am. Oh, hold on. Oh, yay!
Oh, this
Okay.
room is very bloody.
Fursuit mask come off. I can now see. Now to put the timer back on for the rest of the things. Somebody get that fox a pet.
I would, but I'm too short.
Actually, Maverick's like, you can't pick up things, but I didn't pick things up. I took it off of the wall. So I was taking it down instead of picking it up. That is stupid. That's why I'm restarting the timer anyways. I could... Why did you not say that? Corship, hello? You did the action, but you didn't say that in my ears. I hate that my audio is
She's
falling to
hunting right
pieces.
now.
Is it hunting?
Is she?
It's hunting.
Oh goddamn! I'm gonna die.
I can't see
Started
anything.
crying and then turn around. I managed to run to the front door, but I can't open the front door.
I don't hear it. I was playing the
Because
piano.
she's on the right side of the house.
I'm still in the church.
I still can't open the door.
Dang. It hunted.
Finally.
Open. There you go. Open.
It hunted rather early, no?
That's probably because I taunted the living hell out of it. Yeah. No more sanity.
Nice. I wanna look at
You'll
my
have to do the
sanity.
other, the cameras and stuff because I can't play it to plant any.
I'm still trying to do the sound record.
I wouldn't worry about the sound recording until we get the evidences. This
Why
is
is
a
my
particularly.
sanity like shit?
Have you been standing in dark
Because the
areas?
building is goddamn dark.
Is the
Yeah, if
church
you're-
not bright?
Your head has to be within a light source in order for it to be for you to not lose your sanity.
Oh, dang it! I have to eat
So for
rocks.
context, with how bright the truck is, you don't lose sanity outside. But like for example, right about here, I would be losing sanity if you could lose sanity outside. That's the sort of darkness that you're after. And so because most of the church, the darkness is like way the heck out here, it's very easy to lose sanity.
Aww.
Yeah. That's why I usually like on big places I carry a candle with me, or something like that, because then it's a light source that you hold by your head to keep yourself sane.
Oh, so candle can reduce sanity loss?
Torchlight.
It-
Torchlight
it-
will protect you from it.
Yeah.
I have torchlight on.
I'm blind. Actually,
I think I found its room.
Was it not the church?
Oh, hey! Ghost orbs! In the courtyard!
Alright,
Oh,
I'll
it
try to find
moved.
courtyard. The church is so fun. I've never been to a church in my life. In real life, anyway.
They're like directly in the center area.
Oh, I see. I
Well,
found...
it's 1 degree out here, so
Yeah.
I'd believe it. I just hate that it can pick it.
Ghost laughing at me. No, that's not laughing, it's groaning apparently. Okay.
There is a crucifix in front of the podium of the church area.
Hmm.
So that could be moved to the courtyard.
The game is stuttering heavily for me.
It's a big map.
Yeah. It especially starts to stutter when I'm in the courtyard.
Brain physics.
Yeah. Big map.
I cannot stop the alarm clock. Oops. Never had a ghost in the courtyard? Ooh. Nope, it start to stutter now.
3, 4, 5. Interesting. Bring the beat back. Ah. Da-da-da-da-da.
I have an idea. Ooh, Kobo Big Brain?
I wish I could see the dots from there.
I'm bringing my flashlight to light the way.
Oh, there's 30 minutes. I can... No, or not 30 minutes. 30 seconds. I can... In 30 seconds, I can bring a camera and stuff over and be more productive. Badoo. Okay, I can now help carry stuff.
So, freezing times crossing off. We've had a ghost dots.
You had dots.
We need to get the spirit box, the ultra, and the dots here. Well, we got dots.
No, did you say we got dots?
No, we haven't gotten dots.
We got ghost orb, correct? What else have we gotten?
Give me a 5?
Book could be crossed off.
Okay, books crossed off.
I got EMF 5 when I was at the start in the church.
Oh yeah, no, true, you did. You got EMF 5. Yeah, so right now it's a Raiju, a Bake, or a Dayan.
Okay.
Oh, big.
I am bringing in UB.
That would be nice. It's walking in salt, so...
How do I get to the courtyard? Is it on the right side or the left side?
Right side.
both sides can go to it.
I've always tried going through the left side, so that's why I never made it.
I have
Been going through
flashlight
the left.
shine the way. You turn right and then you can follow the flashlight.
My sanity is now standing strong.
How do you keep your sanity up in the courtyard?
The lantern that I didn't bring with me.
Oh, lantern.
There's one in the courtyard.
Oh. It blew it off. I forgot to record it.
This used to be a happy neighborhood.
Yeah, the orb is like right here in this area.
It's hissing at me. What the heck? Are you a snake?
Oh, it's hissing. Did it have me? Oh wait, is no Oni
It
is not an
whispers.
option. Oh, it threw an object.
I heard that.
Can I interact with a metronome? I can.
I'm keeping my head in the lantern. My sanity is like always so low.
Is it one? It is Jessica. Dan is a possibility.
Mm-hmm.
I put an incense right beside. It threw a
Is it
book at me.
Let me throw this down. UV is Obake. Dots is Raiju. Spear box Dayan. Can't be freezing temps.
Oh, fire extinguish. I got 3 sounds. Okay. I'm gonna go back.
The CCTV camera is up over in that corner, and you can't record with it. It just doesn't have a record feature.
Wait.
No, I don't see an UV. No UV. Okay, Dane or Raiju?
I have a shovel, but I cannot swing it.
I.
Oh, ghost.
Oh, I'm
That's a
dead.
hunt.
Oh, that's a hunt. I am leaving.
Oh
Oh,
no.
did. Oh. I can't see. I am going to die.
Oh, that's funny. I looked at it, it's like, oh, it's not doing it. Next thing I heard the heartbeat and just my neck break.
Is it still hunting?
No.
No, it would have ended immediately as I died.
Yeah, but then I heard
It hunted.
I heard
Oh,
my
it
heart
is
beat
coming.
again.
It is actually hunting again already.
Uh-oh. Am I gonna die?
Run, Tillera.
I think it's
No,
chasing.
it's chasing Tillera like it's got,
I
it's
couldn't
out
see
for
anything.
revenge.
I couldn't see anything. No. I don't know this map.
Oh, the send is. Oh, no, it's not. There is a door there.
Oh, you can. Wow. It's interconnectable.
Is it still hunting?
No idea.
Ixon, we're both dead.
I am using this, and I am going over here. I want you guys to listen to it when it hunts next. Because if it's already hunting,
Funny fact, we haven't gotten the achievement, the mission for prevent the ghost with a crucifix.
Oh,
because the the courtyard is huge, and the crucifix is probably still down there.
oh my
I
god.
guess. So
can see my
watch
own
it next
shadow.
time it hunts. If it's very very fast in the area where all the lights or where the
It's
electronics
slow.
are, it's slow.
It was
slow.
chasing me. It feels very slow. Yeah. Well, maybe not very.
I say
slow.
it's a day in. I would
Yeah.
say it's a day in because I did not see it transform.
Danes don't transform. Obakes do.
Exactly. And I'm not thinking it's a Raiju.
Raiju's also transform. There's no ultraviolet, so it's not Obake.
The Raiju does not have a transformation.
Correct. So it could be Raiju or Dayan.
It's hunting.
Okay, is it fast or slow?
I couldn't chase it. Where did it go? Is it hunting? No, I actually don't know if it's hunting. It was like I hear footsteps and also crying noises.
That would be hunting.
Does back-to-back hunts still mean something? It used to be only certain ghosts could kill so quickly. I wouldn't know that.
I don't know. So Dayan, if it is slow and then when I move it gets faster, that means that that would be a Dayan because they get faster when you dance.
Hunting. It's normal speed. I'm chasing it.
Normal speed.
It's very normal. It's a little kid.
Very normal. Okay, it's going right past a lot of electronics. I am down with calling it a Dayan.
Yeah, it's very, very slow. It's not transforming or all. It's just blinking a lot. It's going towards the church.
It's going towards me. Uh-oh. I'm watching
It's in
on
the
that
church.
camera.
Yeah.
Okay, it's in the church. Okay.
It's in the church. I'm still chasing it. Also, hi, Mayo.
That is extremely useful because I have you up on a monitor so I can watch it come straight towards me and kill me. Uh-oh.
It's
Oh,
still in
thank
the
goodness.
church. Like,
It's about to end. 3, 2, 1. It should be over.
it's still
Is it?
searching. It's ended.
It's been
Okay,
over a minute.
it's ended. No more hunt.
No more hunt? Okay.
Yeah.
Lights on, sprinting. Okay. So yeah,
It's-
if it was normal, that means that I'm gonna cross out Raiju and go Dayan.
Yeah, it's definitely Dian because Raiju is supposed to be fast when it has
when they're by electronics. Yeah.
Yeah, it's very
Which
normal.
we had the UV light and the dots and the camera over there.
Kobo feels useful. Oh my god.
Hello, Evie. Or hello whenever if you ever undo the audio.
Hope
Yeah.
Mayer's doing good. Wow, Ixon has no sanity.
Yeah, I was hiding in the dark for a long time. Neither do you.
Yeah, my sanity is question mark. I don't know what that means.
It means you're dead. We don't know it because you don't exist no more.
No, I'm not dead. I'm here.
I'm ready to leave.
Okay, me too.
Sunny Meadow's hard. I don't even know the map.
Yep, we got it.
Yay! Deduction and hydrate.
Process of elimination.
It is 5 a.m.
What? Yep.
He's probably gone to the shops.
That was even on intermediate? Oh no.
Oh, I was on intermediate.
That was still ludicrously hard.
I didn't even notice.
Korshim, are you talking? Oh,
Can I
He should be
change
talking.
the room host to someone else? So that we don't get like
We would have
forced
to
to
leave the
tier 1?
room.
You would have to leave and rejoin.
I can leave. I remember the house code. Or room code.
Okay.
Merp.
Welcome back.
Merp.
There's some ropes ready for you.
Yeah, but you said who's on. It didn't make any sounds.
Meep. Meep. Meep.
I've gathered a list of other hunters asking for help.
Watch this. I remember.
You could copy and hit paste.
I didn't. Oh, Fenrir gone.
I believe due to the fact it made me host.
Oh, oops.
I don't want to go. Oops.
Double wee. Okay, there we go.
No, Korshim, I'm not challenging you to a merp off. The last time I challenged any sort of AI to just saying the same word over and over, I got like it was 700 pages of the word meow.
But dragon is always superior.
Yeah, but I would never think to write 700 pages that are just meow over and over.
But you could.
Yes, you and your fancy butler outfit are victorious. I hope you feel good about it. Merp. Okay.
Oh my goodness, I went back into Facebook. The first thing I saw is a fucking AI generated video. I'm done. I'm uninstalling this shit.
Even that Facebook.
The literal first thing I saw is it's so sad too. The furry fandom uses quite a lot of AI gen as well. Gen AI. It's scary stuff. I'm ready. Okay. We're gonna go random again.
Gosh dang it.
Does random the difficulty as well?
It doesn't randomize the difficulty, it just randomizes the map.
Oh, so I got it on intermediate. I didn't even notice.
Yeah, so that's how I knew you were on intermediate, because it was still set to it.
Oh. Hey, it's the house.
It's a normal house.
Wow. Oh my goodness.
The thing is in the garage.
Because here seems to be linked to a cursed object. Go and take a
I know how to use the flashlight now. My eyes has been opened.
Yay!
I throw flashlight like this and it's free light source.
It's also a method
True.
of figuring out what type of ghost, if the ghost is nearby or anything for certain events.
Alright, my job is to set up lights. Indeed. This one will be useless if it hunts. Indeed. Hmm?
Was that? What was that door closing? Was that you?
I didn't touch any door.
Nope.
Must be
Okay.
upstairs.
It was either that the ghost did something, or it was that the bug happened where the it gave the closing sound when you opened a door.
Oh, that's a thing.
As of two
Pentagram, it's in the basement.
as of two hot fixes ago, it is a thing. Yes. I don't see orbs.
It's in
The
the
coldest
basement.
room right now in this base is the basement. With 9 degrees. Well, the room before the basement.
This area.
No Ouija board.
We are. It wouldn't be the Ouija board because we already have the summoning circle.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah, true.
EMF 2.
6.7, 6.5. I think we found it.
I'm gonna take their saw.
I'm taking sound recorder and photo cam.
I've got a chair.
Is dragon chair?
It's one of my favorite things. Like when you're doing like a horror game and then you just have access to a chair, you have to pick up the chair and fling it at things. How are their sanities? Okay, sanities are normal.
EMF 2. Can all three of us hide in one hiding spot?
In theory.
Good question. UV.
Ooh. Can I take a big... Okay. I hope that worked. It blew up.
Blew out the firelight.
Anybody got a camera on that?
I took a picture. It doesn't count.
I am going to get
No, it does not.
the video
No.
recording.
Video camera.
I'm going out to get that.
They turn on the fan.
I like how the thermometer is just jumping on the shelf. It's like,
Oh, that's how we are
Jumping off.
hiding. It's just hand poking out.
Can you say something? Do something? Where are you? How are you? What are you doing? What are you,
Hello there,
you
Komodo.
being? A bois, a wee, a woo. Do you speak French? Are you friendly? Can we boot the snoot? Fish.
You say fish?
Fish.
Yes, fish.
Interesting.
Fish.
Fish. Ooh, it's doing a thing.
That was really loud.
Did it just shadow ghost right past you?
It's
Spirit
translucent.
box.
Spirit box.
And
Yeah.
yes, it did. It just went right past me and went straight for the fucking ear.
I guess I did the parabolic mic.
Hold on, did we get a picture of it? No.
I didn't.
No, I don't have a camera on me.
Mimic, Poltergeist, Cormos, Phantom, Galu.
If it's
I
phantom,
don't like these choices.
how's my
Yeah,
sanity
me
looking?
either. Me either. I really don't either. It makes me glad that I brought the saw back to the truck.
Wait, why are we at? What evidence do we have?
Ultraviolet and Spirit Box.
It did something. I don't know what it did.
Fire extinguish, that's what it did.
Oh, okay. I took a sound of it. Oh, it's really angry at me. Paranormal groaning.
Now we get to find out if it's actually really pissed or not.
What happens if it pissed?
What?
More activity.
Motion sensed. Okay.
Do I throw away the motion sensor?
Yeah,
It's
now.
turned off, it's fine.
Yeah.
The bone has not been found, and the cursed object has not had a picture taken of.
The cursed object?
Interesting.
Which is this pentagram here.
There's a photo cam. Okay. I'll do it.
You can't seem to spam, I mean see the pause redeem. Oh no, whatever will you do? Oh, I'm
He
so
disabled
sorry.
it.
I took
I
footnotes.
think I disabled it for a IRL stream and then just forgot to re-enable it.
Also, the parabolic microphone has not been completed.
Oh. Ah, crap. It's a duplicate. I'll
And we
take
got
it.
a duplicate.
If it's sound, I think it's fine.
Gosh dang it. Why are you... Well, I'm bound to miss things now because it's the third time I'm wearing my fursuit head this stream. The thermometer is bouncing at almost the same beat as the electric swing I have playing. Ooh, lights flicker.
Lights
No, I
flicker.
missed it because I was putting my fursuit hat on. Gosh dang it!
Oh, Nexus. Oh my god, Dragon.
It's a Nexus.
Yeah, the
Hello.
Hi, Nexus, Dragon.
Pep, 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 pep.
I'm not hearing anything from the parabolic mic.
Oh, I can't wait to set up the redeem
Huh.
where people can have legs throw stuff at me.
69, 420, 69. Hell yeah. What? I'm hearing a lot of like wood creaking noises.
That
That's okay.
happens.
Apparently, I can't pick up the parabolic microphone.
It's
Oh
on my
no.
hand, no? Unless you have another one?
Oh, fascinating. It's on the ground for me.
Oh,
That's a
You're
not.
standing over there with the headset on. The microphone's on the ground right here in front of me.
I love in-game desync.
It is extra bad this time.
They're not using the parabolic. They're just listening to music. That's all
Yeah.
that's happening.
And Kobo
Well,
has her
you
iPod
gotta have a
on.
little bit of lo-fi or electric swing while you ghost hunt.
Important.
Ooh, got the light flicker. Yes. Is that unique? Yay, we got all the new videos we need.
Nice. I guess I can throw away the paranormal groaning. Yeah,
Yeah.
I can try to get one more. I want to do the parabolic mic still. Oh, my flashlight is gone, but it's working. Huh.
It walked in salt.
That's it. Nah, needs some EDM so the ghost get all excited. Either way, remember, the ghost can't hurt you. The ghost legally
That
cannot hurt
hand
you if you are jamming out.
Oh, this ghost is very happy.
What's this? Ixon's not listening.
What? What's happening?
This ghost doesn't want to do any
I am
parabolic.
very strong on sanity. Holy smokes.
Yeah, you're doing fantastic.
How's my sanity looking?
Because you're over in the dark
62.
corner, you're down to 60.
Crap.
If you just were standing usually with like a step or two forward, it'd be significantly better.
There, I'm under the light bulb.
Yay! Maximum sanity.
I hear all the miscellaneous noises with parabolic mic. It's so funny. And the dancing thermometer. It's a very quiet ghost all of a sudden.
The moment you need something from it, yeah.
Yeah. We're only left with one more picture. I did it.
Ooh, I
That has
heard
to
it.
be it. That has to be it.
Yep, I got it.
Yay. Alright, one more photo. What can we take? We have not found bone, right? Yeah, if we find
Right.
bone, ooh, that's a perfect investigation, I think. Is it a shade? I don't think so.
No, shades off the list.
Yeah.
Let's see.
I found a
Have we
huge
figured
bone.
out
Oh
what
my
it
god.
is? No, we have not.
That's
Did
a
we get
What
anything else
huge
from there?
bone.
Not ghost orbs.
So it's gone extremely quiet.
Yeah.
Really quiet.
It's definitely not poltergeist. It's definitely not phantom because I was looking at it for a good second. And my sanity is still like okay-ish.
I think it's not even haunted.
You Mimo? The mimic?
Okay, freezing. What have we got? Ultraviolet spirit box.
I'm
But we
bringing
haven't seen a ghost orb at all.
We have not seen ghost orb.
more EMF down here.
Is it freezing yet? Remember, I see that.
Oh no!
Look,
Oh, is it because
which is
my
actually
light?
interesting. There was a crucifix on it.
But it's still hunted through it.
Hmm. It's never been able to hunt through the crucifix. It normally causes a bonfire.
Maybe because it's like a summoning circle thing?
Depends on, actually, yeah. So it's a cursed hunt, though.
Yeah, no, so it will actually still... So it normally, what it will do is it will actually summon the ghost there, but then the ghost will go up in fire.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's a good way to get a picture of the ghost, if you haven't gotten
Well, you can
one.
get a picture of me now.
True. Although I think, are all of our...
We have
are all
full
of ours
picture.
full?
Unless we
The
have to
board's
draw
full.
one.
We're good on pictures.
Yeah.
Fingers, footprints, EMF, summoning circle, bones. Got all the pictures, got all the sounds. The only thing is it's not... We can't get the last evidence.
Yeah, I want to try
So-
EMF.
How did it sound when it was chasing you down?
Summoning
Did it
circle?
sound completely normal, like a galley phantom and poltergeist would do?
I'd say it's a gallows.
I suppose.
I'm checking for EMF again.
Right, it's only triggered once. Actually, check the salt. Check the salt. Check the salt.
Where's the salt?
We haven't.
There,
Has anyone put salt
so
down?
all the salts are triggers. All
Actually?
3 salt is triggered, so it's not a gallows.
Oh. I'll try EMF.
So it's a poltergeist or a phantom.
It's not a phantom because my sanity is still strong after looking at it for a good second.
So it's
Why
a
not
poltergeist.
mimic? Oh, is it not freezing yet?
I don't think
It can't be mimic. There's no ghost orb.
Poltergeist weird.
Ghost
It's not
orb
doing
isn't
anything.
required. It is just
It can't do
95%
anything
of the
because the
time
area
there.
where we're in, there's not any objects that it can cast us through.
Oh, let me try and bring
Oh,
That's what I'm
we can
being
throw stuff.
contemplating.
Put stuff down there. That's
Yeah.
what we could do.
I'm trying. I'm gonna bring more
It will
things.
eat your sanity if it starts moving it around, but you really wouldn't need to do that because we could process elimination it. Tiller said it. We haven't lost any of our sanity.
Yeah. I want to see it boom. What's that beeping noise? The fucking EMF5.
It was a Galoo!
It's a EMF5.
Oh, Jesus Christ! So just all that time, it just said, fuck it, I'm doing nothing.
So the Galoo does step in multiple salts then.
Oh, what a...
It must have been in its rest state.
Galoo's a whole bitch. Goddamn.
It must have been in its rest state because it acts the same way as a wraith once it steps in the first salt. It stepped in a salt and it's done nothing since. That when it stepped in that salt, it should have started going into an aggressive state.
No, when
And
it
it
is
just completely just went silent.
when it is weakened, things have a stronger effect on it.
Yes,
That is part of it.
but it
So
has to be weakened. It goes from neutral to aggressive to weak, and then
Yeah.
repeats.
So it was aggressive when we somehow missed it, and then they hit the salt and was weakened. Maybe, I don't know.
What you're saying is literally right, because when it started hunting me, it must have been flicked into weaken to trigger the salts.
Maximum sound.
At least we got the EMF5 at the end.
I am
Me
going to grab
aggravating
this
the
salt,
fucking ghost to the moon.
and I'm just gonna cut this whole building down. Just hold on. Turn on my night vision with my third hand and just start sawing the building down.
That looks...
Okay, I have Gallo selected.
Me too.
Me too.
Galoo.
It's been
That's
5 hours. Good gosh.
yeah.
Ghost hunting.
Yeah.
I want to bring back Repo next week.
Oh. So yeah, I don't know when I'll be back at home next week because I might be back home at like 3 in the morning, or I might be back home the next day.
Yeah, no worries. I'll just like I'll try to host it and see how that goes.
Yeah.
I've been wanting to play Repo for a bit.
I'm super excited.
Perfect
can't believe it.
investigation bonus. Oh, it gives 225 extra money. I'm a rich boulder.
Oh boy.
What?
So I'm mimicking a crying husky.
A crying husky?
You gotta have a higher pitch.
Oh.
Like they're nearly at the point they're screaming it.
I don't want to scream. It's 5 in the morning.
You could. You only receive a noise complaint.
The noise complaint is from the people I live with in this house.
Oh no, that's an even bigger complaint.
Yeah.
Also, I just want to mention, my portrait looks like I'm dead. Like, why?
Oh, all of us have pupils on my screen. That's a first. We all have
Almost?
pupils.
You got all got pupils on my side too.
I have no pupils. What?
I mean, looking at you, it's just like, oh, they got that definitely ghost face. You see.
Maybe I am the ghost. I've been the one that's hunting the whole time.
This explains everything.
That explains why the ghost has been so much of a gremlin.
Kills the werewolf, not touches the dragon.
I will always touch a dragon.
Yes, please. I am in favor.
Have you never used the tarot cards before, Ixon?
Nope. Don't you have to use them and survive to be able to have them?
Normally, yes. Wait, no, you just have to use them.
I haven't seen a tarot card in so long.
If I am not doing the things and it's not 5 in the morning, then I might be willing to do the tarot cards and just accept my fate of death.
I want to do the tarot card.
There's a trick if you wish to try and actually survive it. There's only one card there that will kill you. But if you pull the saint before it, then you're safe.
The trouble is it's completely random.
Hey, that's the fun of it. How are we feeling? Do we do more or are we feeling resty?
I feel I'm not yawning. That's fine.
Oh my god, now Ixon has no pupil. Oh. What? That's scary, what the hell?
Yeah.
What?
Nah, that's... I mean, I know I'm playing Phasmo, but...
Oh, do I not have pupils anymore?
yeah.
It's actually unique that all 3 of us have pupils on my screen.
Ooh.
You don't have pupils anymore.
Oh,
I wanna have pupils. I can never have pupils.
I'm not yawning. I'm legs.
Classic.
perfect. You were made for me.
If we won, I guess I'm down for one more.
If it's just finding the thing on a slower difficulty without worrying about getting a perfect.
Yeah, I don't need to get perfect.
That way it can be a little bit faster and it's do a smaller one.
So random.
Random can give us the prison. Prison isn't smaller.
It could be smaller if it's a
Random can give us the school. School is freaking two layers of 40 rooms each.
Yeah, that's not.
And a gym.
I'm gonna vote for the easy house.
Okay, we do.
And then we'll see which one it does.
Okay, we do this. Tanglewood, Nails Diner, and random.
Neil's Diner is actually not a hard one.
Yeah, it's small. It only has like what, 10 rooms? That's a random, right? Willow is random. The game's
Hey, we got
being
Willow
nice.
Street. It's in the garage.
Oh, we're
I'm
back
on
here again.
Flashlight duty.
Oh, wait, what? Ghost orbs. Right here.
Whoa. Living room?
First room. Yeah.
It's a breaker?
Garage. I've got it.
You lied to me.
What? I said
You
it's in the
said
garage.
basement.
No, I didn't. I said garage.
You said basement.
Chat, did I say basement or garage?
I don't remember.
I looked at the thing. I'm like, oh, it's in the garage. I might have said it's in the garage because I have a peach impediment, but it definitely did not say basement. Y'all are teleporting. I feel like I'm about to disconnect.
Whoa.
Garment.
Isn't garment clothing?
Yeah, see, the ghost doors are up there. Hey, y'all are teleporting from me this time.
Whoa. How funny would it be if I wish for something right now?
Do it.
Not very. We have ultraviolet.
No. Oh, I have a camera. Why is it called monkey paw? Why not dragon paw?
Because it is a paw from a monkey. In the most literal sense.
Oh, the bones are so crunchy. Oh my god.
You're teleporting. Chat, I'm surrounded by a bunch of heckin' teleporters.
We're in.
Oh, we're just TPing, okay? Don't worry.
Yeah, we're in Dragon Ball. You know, like instant travel. It's normal. That's what Kobo does. Where's sound? Paranormal talking? I recorded something.
It did a mist breath thing.
Oh, fire extinguish.
Do, do, do.
Oh, I just stepped on the salt.
We've already got it.
Right, we have footprints. I almost took a picture of it.
The video camera one is broken. That's cool.
Where's one?
The one that's by the front door.
Oh, the one that's in my hands.
Is it in your hands?
Yeah.
I can't click on it. The preview is completely upside down, and it still looks like it's on the tripod for me.
That's the level 3.
I got 3 sounds and 3 pictures now.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't have my flashlight on. No wonder it was so dark throughout this entire, like... I'm finding bones.
pronoun extension now has primary and secondary pronouns?
Hmm?
How, but how many
This is a time
pronouns
where
do
you
you
could just keep it
need?
simple, stupid.
Pronoun extension is a primary and secondary pronoun option. Oh, pronoun extension. Oh, is it the pronoun that's beside our name? That thing?
I think so.
Yeah, same. I use they, them, and she, her as well. I'm going to the basement.
That's okay, I'm watching my plushies lagging.
I want bones.
The sun is coming up.
Oh my goodness.
Oh gosh dang it, that's duplicated disturbed salt.
Bone.
Why do we have 3 disturbed salts?
I found
As
bone.
if I'm trying to record stuff.
Just stop looking at the stuff I'm looking at.
You stop looking at the stuff I'm looking at.
I had looked through your camera, but now it lets me.
What else can we take? Footprint, fingerprints?
Can we take? Are you just going around taking everything?
A young individual.
Oh, spirit box. A yummy nummy. The immediate.
Wait, was it immediate?
Why not
spirit
just
box?
turn around and do it? Spirit box. It's a Kobo's.
It immediately went in.
Like, zero hesitation. It's just like, yeah, no, I'm here.
About time you're blinding me with that light.
It's blind by default, Ixon.
Listen, I'm a little tired.
Why?
That's funny.
I'm trying to figure out what picture to take. Let me try fingerprints.
I was completely uncontrolled.
It is nearly 6 a.m. Kind of reasonable. Yeah, it's already dark here. It's 6:40 p.m. here.
You know, I think I'm just gonna.
We all have a problem here. It's 8:43 at night here.
We
How
all
is
have a
the sun
problem.
gone down for all of us? I thought we were around the whole world.
It's freezing cold here. I should be
So-
getting a coat on.
Freezing temps?
It's Mick. No, it's I think
Oh,
he
no.
means in real life.
The biggest
Oh.
problem I'm having is the monkey paw has been moving around slowly but surely.
Where's the monkey paw? Oh,
Right at my foot.
right, your foot. It's here for me.
It's still moving.
I love these
It's
things.
on an adventure. It's the thing or whatever it is.
I wish for something to happen.
I didn't take the light sprinkling. Fuck, I'm so old. I cannot react to it.
I wish for activity.
We have a young individual.
How did that not record as a thing?
Do we need to hide?
I wish for activity. I broke the breaker as well.
Maybe they weren't here.
Activity went from 0 to oh, never mind, it's back down.
Door's locked. Breaker sounds broken.
Yeah, no, she fucked.
It's okay. I have flashlights
Wish
on
for
the ground.
sanity. Oh shit, that actually worked.
Yo. That's so
Wait,
cool. You
what'd you
can
do?
have sanity?
Why are we all at half sanity now?
Oh, did you drain ours?
What did you do?
I
I
wish for sanity.
sanity.
Oh my god, I wish for sanity.
Why do you say that?
Can you do that again?
I wish for sanity.
Oh, it worked.
Ah. No, it responded, but it said it can't.
Oh no.
How
So
big
I
is
know
that
the
quota
sanity
for you?
one is the one. Another one's activity.
You
What's
can, if
another
you
one?
do the if you set up to do the text, you can see the full menu to pick from.
The problem is I've only found one word. You've got to actually find the words, but I don't know how to find the words.
Words are
The
hard.
option. Where was it?
What if it's a shade? It's not doing anything even after that. It's not a shade, it's spirit box.
So if you go to the options and then the third one down in game that says voice recognition mode, if you switch that to text,
I don't want to turn it on next then.
yeah, but I'm saying, oh, I need to find the things. I'm just saying, you just do that, you try it,
Oh, okay,
figure out what they
okay.
are, and then go back.
Door stuck?
Oh, camera's funky.
Is it a
Okay, camera's back to normal. I don't trust it though.
I wish to trap the ghost.
Door feels very locked. Yeah, very locked.
It's just not capturing the closing of doors.
Okay, so when I did the I wish for sanity, it made a new room.
Oh no.
He made a what?
And then I just trapped it right now. So it's now actually trapped in its room and it will do a cursed hunt.
Y'all are at like no
Hey,
sanity.
hey, Uncle Wolfie.
I want to capture the photo of a ghost. Hunt.
Oh, I see ghost orbs in the hallway.
Ghost orb spirit box?
Ultraviolet.
I'll go out and see. Door's open. Ooh, the flashlight inside? Ooh. Oh, the door's locked again.
Oh. Oh no.
It's a very angry ghost.
You don't say.
Sounds very far away though.
I wish for anything. I wish for anything.
Maybe that's too broad?
I do. No, it is actually a wish.
Oh. Maybe it's hunting.
Yeah, I think it's hunting.
It's hunting something.
Shockingly, the ghost orbs are still in the hallway.
Wish to leave. I wish to leave.
Okay. Door's open.
The orbs moved again.
I might not have enough sanity to trigger it again. That might be why.
Oh, you need sanity?
It takes sanity to do the things.
I mean, we're both insane.
Oh yeah, I have no sanity.
I told you. I said both of you guys are completely insane.
Hey, I mean, I've been trying to take a picture, but I couldn't find anything to pick.
Fine.
Motion sensor prevent a ghost hunting with crucifix? Have we? Crucifix?
Now, Uncle Wolfie, so for the Transform 2, if you do it, it will give you your points back if you failed it, so you don't need to worry about it. But yeah, just do low poly by itself. If you do low poly WeWoo, it just registers it as a complete different thing.
We still don't know what the ghost is, right?
It's Cormos.
We do know what it is. It's a Gormos.
Oh, what's a Komos?
It's a blind ghost that's got really, really good hearing. So if you sprint through the house, it will know where you are straight away.
Oh. Oh, thank goodness I didn't sprint. I didn't even know what the ghost was.
Oh, goodness.
What? Yep. So, do we want to go back in or do we like...
I need to get rest.
I think resting sounds good. Well,
Not against the idea, that's for sure.
I have Kormos circled. I guess we can leave.
Do I have it circled?
I have it circled.
Okay.
Oh, they're good.
Let's go
Successful.
Yeah.
on our next big adventure.
Yay.
There's some jobs ready for you.
E.T.
Because we had the monkey's fist and it kept moving, it kept forcing the ghost to move around, we never prevented it from hunting with a crucifix. We put crucifixes down and then y'all made it immediately move rooms.
Favorite room?
It's like, nope, you're moving house today.
It did 4 hunts? It did 4
Yeah.
hunts. What?
No, it was a very active ghost because we kept on aggravating it.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
On top of it, both you and me had no sanity, so it was just like cake on the top of that.
It's
Yeah.
like, whoa, it's free real estate. I'm gonna hunt.
Yeah.
Until I turn around and trapped it in its room.
Are you two gonna keep going?
I am
Mm, Probably
very low
not.
energy.
Yeah, I feel I need food. It's getting dark here as well.
I need to
Okay.
make food soon.
Yeah, food
Whom
good.
whom shall we raid? Let's see. I see a
Hmm.
wee woo. I see a teal raw. Hmm.
I'm
Get
looking.
food, you heckin' goobers.
We're working on it.
I want food.
Shallows doing Warframe. A Wii.
Niche is going. Niche is doing
Deada's
better.
Disco.
So.
I see Fenrir streaming.
That's what I said. Like we should raid Finmer.
I mean, if I had a coffee, I could keep on going. That is actually a possibility.
But it's late
Oh
night
my
over
God.
there, no?
It's 9 p.m.
Yeah, I think coffee better.
I'm gonna do social links just cause. Yo, if you feel like getting notifications, I have a Discord. They have Discord. Go join things. Bling.
I do have to
YouTube.
go get my Discord link.
Yeah. I also have a YouTube channel. I have some recordings that I segmented during the recording that are
Oh, we.
I just need to crop down and upload. So those are probably gonna be going up. There's Fenrir's link. Words, things.
I don't know how to get my link. It's fine.
Gosh, what do you mean there's an ad in progress? What? Why? No.
Because ads just came along.
No.
Jeff Bezos needs
Hickson's just getting
money.
ads one last time.
Jeff needs his money from me.
It needs ads to play constantly. What do you mean?
Yeah.
It should be 60-minute ad, 3-minute game time.
Whom are we rating?
No idea.
So far, I see Sallow and Niche.
Ooh.
Salo, niche. I've got a couple of options on my
Oh,
list.
Dazrius is live too.
Tomir is also live doing Forbidden West. I gotta complete the DLC to that.
What Samo is playing Warframe?
Yeah.
That's what I saw.
I have been
Wolf
playing
Conservation
Warframe.
is live.
I'm down to raid Sano if you guys want.
Oh yeah, I'm down.
Yep.
Yeah. I'm not gonna plug.
Raid, browser. People I follow.
So if you want to follow Tura, just you gotta find it. You gotta figure it out. She's not plugging.
Yeah, I'm not plugging. You guys are gonna find me on your own.
I
That's
will
right.
state they're at a point where they. I will state they're at a point where they would be classed as spoilers for you, Tiller, unless you've gotten to. I think it's rank 6 you have to be.
No.
But it looks like they're just ahead of you.
I'm going to rate and not look at it, just listen.
Just raid and run.
No, rate and scrolls down and not look at the screen.
You know what? That's a good raid message.
Which one?
But that actually works well because they got drops actually happening right now in Warframe.
That's gonna be the raid message on my end. It's just spoilers. Ah.
Okay, I want that. That's my rate message now. I'm stealing it. They're unplugging, just plugging. I'm plugging off.
Plugging along.
I'm unplugging.
A wee.
Are we? Hold on. I haven't seen if y'all got the raids going yet.
Yeah, I'm at like 20 seconds left.
I'm pressing enter now.
I was like, mine was about to. Mine had 3 seconds left. I'm like, I'm gonna cancel this because I don't even see heroes going yet.
I don't know.
I can click cancel.
No. We can raid now.
Screw
We
it.
can
Okay.
raid now.
Mine's ready. Let me go and yours is ready.
Okay. Bye everyone. Bye chat.
Farewell. Go do great things. Stay hydrated. Keep cool. Or
Take care of
warm if you're in the
yourselves.
southern half.
Oh right, I forgot silver raided me. Oh my god. Did we raid out? Oh fuck.
I'm just
Farewell.
resetting mine. See yous, everyone.
Haha, I'm
Also,
cheating.
a wee a woo from my end. A wee.
Yes.
Have
Hurrah.
fun.
I was
Good
scream
luck.
spoilers.
Just no
Rating.
context. Rating. Go gadget raid.
Go